Well, hello all. How are you doing? Well, this is a bit early, isn't it? I'm not used to this. This is very early. Not as early as when Red Bomb was sick, but there we are. All the same, it's still very early. Well, hello all. Who's in the side chat? Say hello, because I know who's there. I know there's somebody there. The link is up. If anybody would like to join me, because you know how I hate talking to myself on my own, blah, blah, blah. Crazy Dad, Blue Rider, Empty Tank. Simon, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Hope your bike gets sorted after a little mishap. Mrs. Crazy Dad, nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. And Crazy Dad himself. Hello. How you doing? Right. So are we getting people to join us or not? This is the thing. Hang on. Bit of this, bit of that. 5 minutes, Crazy Dad. Okay, you're on. 5 minutes is all you got. I'm counting down. Oh no, that's Instagram. We don't want that one. So that was another nice and short and sweet one by Rev. Good evening, Empty Bank. I don't know why he's gone so early. He's apparently he was sweaty, so he needed to go and shower. Punkster, how you doing, mate? Boo Rider, nice to see you there. Yeah, he's on the promise. Can't see that happening somewhere. I really cannot see that happening somewhere. Cannot. Nope, 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 nope. Apparently, Boo Crazy Dad has messaged you. I think he might have messaged me as well. Yep. Laugh your faces. Who's that? MT. Funny. Oh, I love the picture of Boris. Brilliant. Nice one. Thank you for that. Bedtime story promise. Let him. Well, I've had a busy week. I've decided I might start vlogging my HGV Class 1 experience. I've got the ride to when I went for me medical, and I should be getting me Mod 1 and Mod 2 theory and hazard perception things done. Should be getting dates through for that soon. And then they'll let me loose on a big lorry, and then you're fucked, because yeah, I'll be all over the road in an 18-wheeler. That'd be fun. What do you reckon? Shall I? Shan't I? Come on. One of you fuckers must want to join you. MT, you must have finished eating by now. No? Be a real short show. I'll go home and go to bed. I am home. I'll go to bed. I'll do what Red Bomb does. Salt. Could be right. Could be right. Bedtime story. I haven't done a lot biking today, but I'll tell you what, the weather is going to be so hot over the weekend, and it's going to be real good riding weather. But my point I'm trying to get to is if you do go out on your bike, make sure you get yourself hydrated and that, because there's nothing worse than getting dehydrated. You're going to get very, very hot wearing your gear. So, yeah, if anybody that does go out on their bikes this weekend, make sure you're well and truly hydrated. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Mind you, I found somewhere that will do someone to do the medical for £47. So anyway, here he is. Look, empty tank.
Yeah, I don't have a webcam at the moment, mate. I fucking broke it, so I just left it off.
Oh. Yes, because you're a child, you break everything. Come on, just face it.
I fiddle with it and then I break it. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny you say, you know, the weekend's supposed to be a hot one. On Sunday, we've got a massive motorcycle event going on. Probably about 600 bikes going to it. So
wow,
something I don't know what you're doing on Sunday, but if you are available, maybe come along.
I'm going to be travelling down to just outside Bristol. I've got my niece's birthday, so I've got to go for jelly and ice cream.
Wait, whereabouts is Bristol? What's that? I don't really know what that is.
Bristol is at the end of the M4, just before you get to Devon and Cornwall.
Oh, awesome! So you're basically going where I'm going,
more or less.
Because I'm going to Cheddar Gorge, and we've got about 500 to 600 bikes turning up.
It's not a million miles away. It's not a million miles away.
No, absolutely not.
Sorry, yeah, Punk's the 90 quid's about average. I have known some doctors charge up to £160, but you can actually do it online now, and you can find £47, I think, was the cheapest one I saw. But the company paid for mine anyway. So. But there you go. Oh, look, Audi MT. Yeah, so Cheddar Gorge isn't a million miles away from where I'm going, but I shall probably be going from here to Bicester to down the A34 and then along the A305, I think it is, that goes down towards Broome, past Stonehenge that way.
That sounds good, mate.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Driving or riding?
I want to ride, but I think the wife wants to take the car. So we shall have that argument on Sunday morning when I'm standing there wearing all my bike gear and she's got flip-flops on.
Oh yeah, for sure, mate. Yeah, I just had a text message from the missus while she's at work. She's like, "So Cheddar Gorge, when is that?" And I was like, "It's Sunday. Why?" And she hasn't replied yet. Why? Hopefully she's not going to turn around and go, "Oh well, I want you to take me on the back." I mean, 2 hours is a long journey to have someone on the back, you know. Like
that is. Oh look, hang on. Here he is. Look. Captain Slow. Yeah, A303 is.
Shrek.
Thank you, Howie.
Oh no,
Shrek.
That's Shrek. Sorry.
That's Shrek's brother.
Not bad.
And there he's gone. You scared him off by calling him Shrek. He's not Shrek. He's Shrek's uglier brother. But 2 hours of a pillion amateur. Yeah, and he's got that one right there, actually.
Yeah. No. He's right. He's right. Yeah, you met me. You go back to your little trials bike, and I'll let you know how I get on.
Mind you, it wouldn't be comfy for your missus because the back seat on that MT ain't a lot, is it? So
no, not at all. And it's not even that, mate. Like what a lot of people do, and you got to think with your GSs, like your
we can hear you, unfortunately, Crazy Dad. Yeah.
The pillion footrests as well are equal, but on the MT10, like you go on the pillion and your knees touch your ears, like it is extremely uncomfortable. I can only imagine.
That's the proper fetal position for your pillion. Yeah,
literally. Yeah, if you need a shit, probably not best to go pillion.
But GT Rebels, G Travels UK. Just got back from Wales, I believe. Done a little camping trip in Wales. Braver man than me. And Simon Brackett says, "Good luck with the traffic around Cheddar Gorge with the kids off." That's true. It's going to be busy up there.
Well, this is the thing. So what we're doing, we're leaving in the morning at like 7-8 o'clock in the morning. Mm-hmm. And then by the time we get down there, it should be about 10:30, 11. And the thing is, we're on bikes. We're literally going to shut down the A303. Quite literally, probably just take up all the lanes and just bring it. You know what they've done on the fuel strike.
Yeah.
Probably replicate that in somewhat.
Just using bikes.
Just using
Yeah.
bikes. Yeah.
Yeah. Why not?
Brandon,
Love
has
it.
anyone arranged any kind of meetup for people?
Yeah, so obviously the club's massive, isn't it? So I've told the Midlands lot to sort themselves out. We've got the Southwest lot, we've got the Scotland lot, and everything like that. But
I've
my
not
dad's
seen anything
going.
for the Midlands lot.
I don't think they. So what Midlands are doing? I think they're going down on Saturday night, but there are people in Oxford and like Milton Keynes, Northampton who are going to go down on Sunday morning. I can find out the times and dates and that, and just ping you them across.
If you could, that'd be great.
They won't mind being slowed up by Captain Slow there, will they?
No, I don't know.
That could be your new name, Jay. James May. There you go, Captain Slow.
No, the name just there looks just right.
Captain Slow Dad. Yeah, James May. There you go. The original Captain Slow.
Takes us back to the Sunday, you know, when we've got who's the guy that we went out with? That really cool guy, police officer guy. Can't remember his name.
Paul.
Paul, yeah, mate. What a legend he is, mate. Absolutely legend. And then we've got Jay, you know, a million miles away from all of us.
Yeah.
Well, I overtook that legend that you was on about.
Yeah, he let you overtake because he's on the phone.
Well, he wasn't on the phone, was he?
Well, he
He
was.
was on he had the helmet. It was on the helmet. He had the silver ray.
He didn't want to sit behind. He didn't want to sit behind the king on the MT10, did he? So.
What you mean that daffodil?
I didn't see anybody on the MT10. I just saw this daffodil going round and round, roundabouts.
I just followed the bees.
That's going to be my plan for Sunday. Is just try and get my knee down. So it's supposed to be like 28, 29 degrees, isn't it? So hopefully, no excuse really. There's different styles of riding, isn't it? So
there you go, James May, speed up. There you go. You're James May from now on.
I can live with that. Never be in too much of a hurry to die.
Well, you certainly didn't know where your brakes were on that last video, did you?
Hey, it was at the bottom of the slip road, and I joined the A14. There's a fucking lorry there.
Yeah, that's the advantage when you joining the slip road is to look in front as well.
I was.
Look in the direction of travel, yeah?
But I was also concentrating on that dick in the Aldi behind me. And then he was beside me, and I'm like, well, what the fuck? Are you going to go? What are you going to do then? It's like, well, fine, I'm going to go. But by the time I look back in front of the lorry, it's like, oh, fuck, I ain't got much room.
You know it's not his job to let you onto the road. You're supposed to filter in, don't you? From a slip road.
The Aldi joined me from the slip road.
Oh, well. He was obviously going too slow. He tried to overtake him.
What, and the Aldi couldn't do that, no?
It was one of the electric Audis as well, but
no, it wasn't actually. I think it's a Q7 or something like that.
Electric.
I don't think they do an electric one.
Yeah.
In denial. Yeah, I love it.
That tunnel in MK was funny. Even Tracy laughed. Yeah. And yeah, I'll give it a little red bomb as well underneath that bridge. Yeah, that was
stop
funny.
being behind you, Brandon.
Oh, I love it.
Seriously, how does that bike not give you a migraine, Brandon?
It does, mate. So what I was saying, the same thing to the other geezer was, I've got to listen to music. Otherwise, like the inside of my ear starts to tingle. And like as of recent, I've been feeling a bit rough, so I've been having to take paracetamol to work with me.
You could always just change your exhaust, and it'll stop that problem.
But why would I want to do that, Jay? I'm young, I'm dumb, and I like it.
He's young, he's dumb, he's full of cum, and he's got tinnitus on the way. So.
Yeah, and the Zimmer frame.
It is a titanium tinnitus, that exhaust. That's its name, isn't it? Yeah. No, I'll tell you what, Brandon. I totally get it. I had a loud exhaust on my Versys 1000. It used to pop and burble, and it was an Acroprovic with everything removed inside of it. It's basically a tin can on the back of it. And I used to think it sounded great until I went on a long journey. And 2 hours into the journey, I go, I've got to stop. My head's pounding. I'm looking for pillows and things to shove in my exhaust to shut up.
As well, right? Like in theory, it's actually quieter for me because I sit in front of the exhaust. I don't sit behind the exhaust. So what you hear is not what I hear.
The sound waves go backwards. Yeah, that's basic physics, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually a lot quieter. So what I can hear is like probably nothing compared to what you guys can.
It's funny when you're going round and round and roundabouts, walking is man, pop, 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 pop.
Love it.
Oh, dear. And then when you set Boo Rider's alarm off on his bike just by revving your
Yeah,
Yeah, classic, mate. Classic. That's
All
what
right,
don't buy
Boo.
BMWs. So, you know, there you go.
they're scared of proper bikes.
I'll tell you, not only did it set the alarm off, it weed itself as well. So
I think Boo
Isn't
Rider
that what
weed
happened
himself,
to
didn't he?
Yeah, but Boo Rider's of an age, he does that anyway.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah.
don't start doing age things. A pair of you are young, dumb, and full of cum.
Oh yeah, I got to ride Boo Rider's bike.
I know. I saw the picture of the daffodil in the field by the bike.
Yeah, no, that's a good picture, isn't it? I really like that.
Yeah,
that was
you don't love yourself much, do you? Hey, Brandon.
He's got it, no one else does.
Oh dear, that was a proper posy picture. Actually, it looked a good picture, but yeah. But all I could think of was this daffodil in the field with a BMW.
Well, that's how it is. I feel like I'm being victimized when I come on here.
Brandon, would I victimise you? No.
I don't know.
If I didn't think you could take a little bit of rinsing, I wouldn't do it.
No, that's cool, man. I don't really care.
I don't want to hurt your feelings. You know that.
Does Brandon have feelings?
No, not really. I'm quite cold-hearted. I've had this discussion so many times with so many different people, just about, like, you know, society just being too timid, and about society just caring too much about, you know, oh, can't say that, you know, all these like nouns. Is it a he, she, her, him? You know, just fuck off, mate. Have you got a dick? Have you got a fanny? You know, just tell me. Fuck, you know. You know what I'm on about, though? Like, I don't have time for that shit.
I think I need to put a link up about not being politically correct on this channel. Yeah. Snowflakes not welcome.
Yeah, that's what everyone needs. No snowflakes allowed.
Yeah, I mean, I get the whole. Well, without going too much of it, everybody's entitled to whatever they want. But yeah, but just don't force me into a label, because I'm not labeling. So there's enough of that goes on. Anyway, moving on.
You have a label, Simon. Electric bike lover.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell you something now. Do you know a company called Zero Motorcycles?
Yeah. They reached out to you. Please, someone they reached out to you.
They want me to do a test ride.
No way.
What? Yeah, but did they stipulate you weren't allowed to take any petrol with you?
They're removing all flammable liquids from my person before I get on it. Yeah. So yeah. So Zero Motorcycles, they do a range of about 5 or 6 different electric bikes. I thought, and yeah, they said about me doing a test ride, and I'm like, you know, I don't like electric bikes.
So when you're going on the electric bike test, then, Simon?
I don't know. It's early stages yet. I've got to fit it in with my schedule and, you know, everything else. But
got to plan your route via charging points as well.
Well, apparently, the best one they do has got a range of 227 miles, which is the longest range.
That's actually not that bad, to be fair.
And it's got a maximum charging time of 54 minutes.
That's doable.
But I don't know if that's on a fast charge or a plug in the wall. It makes a difference.
Oh, plug in the wall is probably that times about 3 days.
Yeah. But I mean, if you can do 227 miles and then in 54 minutes you've got another full charge again, providing there's the infrastructure for you to charge it up, that's doable for touring. I don't know. See, but they're not environmentally friendly. You'll never get me around the fact that they're environmentally friendly, because they're not.
No.
They cause more damage to the planet than my petrol bike out there. The only difference is they don't get waste. They don't produce waste oil. That's the only difference.
Yeah, see, I think that if you where all the places that the bike meets are, they should have charging points put in.
And I'll tell you what, if you look at my bike and you look at an electric bike, there's more parts on my bike that are recyclable than the electric bike.
Plus, your bike will scrap for more than an electric bike.
Well, yeah. So they're not environmentally friendly. So anybody that says I'm going to get one to save the environment, you're talking out your fucking arse. Sorry, bullshit. There you go. Simon UK coach on an e-scooter. Yeah. I'll take it straight out down to Dover and you'll see it dive over a cliff. Yeah. Well, that didn't fly, did it? Worst transformer ever.
Jay, is that Boeing bike your girlfriend or is it Miss someone else?
Who?
That's a genuine question, by the way. Doesn't your missus come on thingy?
Yes, Miss Crazy Dad Biker.
Oh, all right, my bad. I got you, bro. I got you.
Yeah, she's hiding somewhere in the background somewhere. So I can still hear the YouTube going off in the front room.
In answer to the Port's question, I don't think anybody in this channel or in this panel has. No.
I had a black. Yeah, I had
you want red
on mine.
Oh, you had one, did you?
Yeah.
There you go. You can answer this question then while I fall asleep.
Where is the question? Not on my screen.
There you go. Crumbly's at the point. Charging points, waste of time. Hydrogen will be taken over before long. He's not wrong. True. He's not wrong. And that's what I've said the last year.
But to be honest, it's not really worth it. It does make it louder, but that's about all.
There you go. That's about all they do. They don't improve performance by much at all. No. There you go. So make it louder. So you won't be as loud as MT Tank still, but you'll be louder.
You will be if you leave the Black Widow exhaust off and take the standard one off. It might be close. And decat it.
I kind of find my bikes quite, I don't know, it's quite funny in a sense. Like, you know, people are like, oh, my bike's really loud. And they just give it like, oh, yeah, well, my bike's the loudest thing on the world. And then I kind of just turn up on the MT10. They're kind of like, oh, yeah, you're wrong, mate.
Oh, well, I lost that battle then, didn't I? Yeah.
There is a plus side to having the loud exhaust, Brandon, because I take it a lot of people don't actually pull out on you.
I've had no one ever pull out on me. I haven't even, you know, I miss having road rage. That is kind of like the only negative thing with the exhaust. I haven't had road rage for, mate, well, since November, basically, since I got the bike. And I genuinely miss it.
It's like your bike sounds, I'm going to admit, it sounds really, really good, especially when, like, we was all at McDonald's and you was coming down to the roundabout and you missed the turning. And you went past, and it was going pop, pop, boom, pop, pop, boom, pop, 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 pop. I love that. And then as you went round and roundabout, you heard you open it up and clear off, and that's when I went, you've gone the wrong way.
And no one will ever be able to steal your bike either, because you'll hear it going and feel it.
Just buy a new horn. Jesus.
Yeah, it's cheaper.
Change the fuse or can reconnect the wire or whatever it is that's not working. Do that.
Or rewire the horn to the throttle.
What again? So you won't get a section 59. You won't get a section 59. Zed, how you doing? No, but I bet he's full. I bet MT Tank's pulled out of a few, but
probably.
Section 59s are actually, well, I think they're quite uncommon, to be honest. You really have to kind of fuck up to get a Section 59. Like a loud exhaust, unless you get an absolute penis. I've never had a Section 59 from any of my bikes I've ever owned, and I've had some incredibly loud bikes.
Yeah.
You really have to really fuck up to get a section, like riding on a footpath. You know, I rode on a footpath the other day to overtake a car, and I was like, fuck, shouldn't have done that. You know, it's those little fuck ups that you kind of make when riding. I don't know why I even thought about riding on it. That would land me on a Section 59 if caught. Yeah. Because if someone was pushing a pram or something like that, you're fucked, man. Like,
yeah, it's not just the loud exhaust to get your Section 59. It's other bits and pieces as well. But anyway, here's the big man from Wee Scotland. Wee Stew.
Hey.
Here's the guy who's 34 but claims to be 78.
Good evening, good evening.
How did your bowl spin go the other weekend?
Oh, it went well. It went very well. Enjoyed it.
Good stuff. Yeah.
How's things? What's been happening? I saw you had a little Milton Keynes bike meet. How'd that go?
That was good fun. That was good fun. Andy, how you doing? Yeah, with little MK. The actual show itself was pretty crap. There weren't a lot of stands there. There was plenty of room for more stuff to go there, but I don't know why people just weren't turning up. But I met up with some really nice guys, and I had a really nice ride out there to it. So,
yeah, that MK bike show clashed with Harping and Common one. Harping and Common was massive this year, apparently.
Oh, there you go.
Thousands.
It also clashed with the Silverstone Grand Prix as well, when a lot of people from this area go up there. So,
yeah. What was the weather forecast as well? Was the weather forecast in your favour? Or
if it was good,
thing is, it was raining on the Saturday, but it was really nice on the Sunday.
Yeah.
But there was a chance of rain on the Sunday. So, yeah.
So a lot of people will just hedge their bets, won't they? Because, we have a bike show. Crumbly's asking how the frame's doing. I've got 5 litres of paint thinner right next to me. So this weekend, I'm going to be getting in. The whole front end of the bike's getting stripped. I've actually decided that the front end of the lower forks is also getting done. I'm taking the paint off. But the frame is totally getting stripped this weekend. So yeah, that's what's happening. So that was a little ZX9R update, but that's what's happening.
A little teaser for the video.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the show itself was crap, but say we had a nice ride over, and we had a bit of a giggle and a laugh with the group that was with us.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, Simon, it's like the Scottish. We've got a bike show, and it's like March, April. So in Scotland, it's like, and that's the Scottish bike show. It's meant to be the launch of all the manufacturers are meant to bring all their bikes. This is the start of the sort of new season. March in Scotland's no use because I've ridden in snow in March, and they're asking people to come out to a bike show.
Yeah, but you've ridden in snow in August too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That was the best summer we've had, though.
You want about? We have weather.
You know it, Andy. You know what the weather can be like in Scotland.
I was going to say, Zed, I apologise for not inviting you to MK. It was only the OGs.
And the old gits, yeah, all right.
Yeah, and that.
Isn't that, yeah.
Yeah, they all needed carers.
Yeah, well, I had a few carers with me, so there you go. Yeah, MT Tank didn't care. Captain Slowdad didn't care. Boo Rider didn't care. Nobody cared. those are the carers. It was a good day though. Tracy enjoyed herself out on the bike today, so.
No, that's good.
She enjoyed her McDonald's twice.
So what's been happening other than the MK bike show? What's been going down?
Bike-wise for me, nothing really. Working and doing my training for my class 1. That's about it really for me.
Yeah.
Tom, was it you driving that stupid lorry yesterday?
What, the one you nearly ran into because you didn't see the 18 fucking wheeler articulated lorry on the dual carriageway? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. No, I told you if that was me, you wouldn't have got round it because I would have swerved over. So what are you working now, Andy? What shift you on?
I've got a couple of days off at the moment. I've got 2 days holiday off. I'll go back Wednesday.
Right, that's all right then.
Yeah.
What you got planned? Anything?
Absolutely bugger all.
Sounds
I mean, looking at it, it's going to be up in the 30, 31. So even
Yeah.
2
Tom
walkers.
Stangles it is with the aircon on then.
Yeah, that's where I'll be sitting because I sure as hell won't be going out on a bike. I do want to get. I haven't put anything out for ages other than the tour, but I want to try and get out and do the suspension one. But like I say, I have to see where I can bolt the GoPro.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm going to put mine on. Anybody got an idea on that? Because I don't know what a Surrey dirt bike is and how different they look from the street bike. I ain't got a clue.
No
Sorry,
idea.
Paul.
No, I don't know. Yeah,
Again, you want to ask Rev on that one. I ain't got a clue.
bolt it somewhere you can see a suspension travel. I think that would be good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
the challenge Uncle Red's put out. So
Yeah.
I'm going to do that, but I want to do it in a couple of different modes because in pro mode you only get about 4 or 5 inches of travel. But if I stick it in enduro, I can get up to 12 inches of travel on my suspension.
Yeah.
That's a massive fucking difference.
No, definitely. You just need to ask my wife.
yeah, good. Where would you mount a camera to catch your front suspension travel on your ZZR?
See the lower part of my mid panel, just before the start of the belly pan. That's where I've actually got a mounting point there.
You got one of the sticky ones on it, yeah?
Yeah. I've actually got
Congrats,
Suguru. I've got Suguru, and this is the sort of camera and the mount that will go on it. I've not fitted it. The reason being, I don't have like a anchor point in the sense of like a basically something to stop the camera. I don't know if you've seen the video where my camera bounces down the road.
No, I haven't seen it, but yeah.
Yeah. So what happened was it wasn't the GoPro mounts that I've got here. It was made of Chinesium. So basically it broke at the weakest point and it snapped off and it bounced down the road. I was doing about 70 or 80-ish mile an hour when it happened.
That's what I'm a bit dubious on having a sort of £400 camera bounce down the frigging road because you've not put it on right.
Well, Andy, see the thing about it is this is the camera that actually bounced down the road. This camera here, I replaced the LCD, I replaced the lens, and I replaced, you can't see it, but I replaced the LCD on the back end as well. The camera still works.
Trigger's broom. It's only had five new handles.
But see the thing about it is, Andy, see if you go on and actually look at the video, see when the camera bounced down the road, my footage is still in the vlog.
Yeah.
Because you can see the guy picking the camera up and you can see him bringing it all the way. He travels all the way to where we were at Inverary. And then there's a whole group of us looking around the camera, all talking down. The camera's still filming. It's a good video. And I actually put a bit of... if any of you like the Orbital, it's like a sort of out there sort of music sort of genre. They did a sort of a mix called White Fluffy Clouds. Don't know if you've ever heard it, but anyway, the camera, when the camera actually sat still, it was looking right up at the sky, and that's all it was big white fluffy clouds. So I took a sample of that music, and that's what when the camera fell, I paused the music, and that's the music I brought in was the Orbital, and it's actually a hippie from the 70s. She's talking about basically white fluffy clouds and just being out there, and I played that whole track all the way through it, and it worked out quite cool. But it cost me a bloody camera. It cost me a new lens. It cost me an LCD display, but no, it was good. But no, that's where I just totally sidetracked there, Simon. Sorry. That's where it is. It's on the mid panel, and that's where that's to go. But I need a tether. That's what I was trying to get at. I always have a tether that sits to the side, and it will basically hold on to the camera. So if any of the brackets break, the tether will hold the camera. So that's why that's not mounted on the bike.
Yeah, so I can quite easily mount it to my engine bars to record the front. suspension travel on the legs, but to get a full picture of the telly lever, which is up under the beak, which has the suspension, that's going to be a bit more of a challenge.
Yeah. It's different, but Zed, don't ever worry about diversifying the stream and going off topic and that, because it's all about what you guys want to talk about. I don't do.
No, I know that. I know that, and I appreciate that.
Oh man, this sausage I'm eating right now is massive, man. Oh,
I nearly spat my drink
don't forget to deep throat it, MTA.
I'll get Jay to teach me how you do that.
There you go. Empty Tank's eating a sausage.
Should put a cocktail stick in it.
Is it a skinless sausage?
Yeah, Richmond.
Simon, what company is it that's approached you about the electric bike?
Zero,
right. Are you familiar with an electric bike company called Osset?
No.
Right, Osset do electric trial bikes.
Oh, right.
It's absolutely massive. Now, the reason I say that they're absolutely massive is because a lot of the trial bike champions that ride the 4-stroke and the 2-stroke, being it Honda or gas or whatever, they're saying that the electric trials bike, because of the torque that these bikes have, they're more usable than petrol. So Osset have a trials bike that they entered the market with, and it's absolutely fantastic. And last week, Triumph bought Osset.
All right.
So it's quite interesting. I'm kind of like in the same sort of camp as yourself in the sense of electric bikes are not practical just now.
Yeah. So
therefore, I'm not going to say one thing or another about them. But what I will say is my company has just built an extension on their factory.
Yeah.
It's to the tune of £1.5 million, and they must have electric charging points in the car park. So it's opened an avenue up to me for the simple fact that I stay less than 5 miles away from my work.
Yep.
So if I'm driving to work and plugging my bike in and riding at home again, it becomes a practical thing for me if I'm using it for commuting and commuting only.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I've actually just watched a thing about an accountant that said that if you're considering buying an electric car, contact your company and ask them to buy it on your behalf, because they can offset the tax.
Yeah.
They can write the tax off for you.
We do a scheme through my employer, which I'm not going to mention, but they're the big red parcel company that delivers letters. They do a scheme where I can get an electric car through them.
Is it loyal snail?
Yeah, loyal snail. That's the one. Yeah, we'll get you post there eventually if we can be fucking bothered. Yeah. They do a scheme where you can get electric cars and things through them, and you get the company gets a tax break, you get a tax break.
The government did it with push bikes as well, because my big brother worked for the police and he got a £1,000 carbon fibre mountain bike for like half price because the government offset the cost, simply for the fact that they're trying to promote healthy living, healthy. Get to work and
I think it was 12 years ago. Loyal Snail did that with a bike scheme, and I got two £500 bikes for the 250 quid.
Yeah, that's ideal. You can't
Judging by your gut, Simon, you've never ridden either of them.
I used to ride the push bike quite a lot, actually, because I only worked 2 miles from home. So if I couldn't be asked to take the car in, I just wheeled a push bike out and cycle down the road.
Oh, actually, I'll take my comment back. You're not supposed to eat them, Simon.
But I will say I used to ride to work, but I will say I was not a mammal. Okay.
Is that a porno, Pogster? The pubic lost what?
Mammal. Yeah. People that ride push bikes are called mammals.
Right.
Middle-aged men in lycra.
Yeah.
And they're a pain in the ass on the road. They get on, you know.
No, I think the Pogster meant the public, but he's
Oh right.
pubic.
Oh right. Yeah. Public to pubic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can be forgiven, Ponks. I'll tell you, if it's easier, Ponks, to jump on the live stream and talk bollocks instead of typing it, because that's what we do.
Oh,
I've got a feeling tonight's going to be a late one anyway, so.
that sounds good.
Man, it's been one hell of a week. In fact, it's been one hell of a fortnight. Between Royal Snail Police, because I can't say their name.
Yeah.
Between them arresting people and me having to deal with that, and trying to do my training, and then attending meetings, and then we've got a big balloting process and everything else.
Yeah.
I just
Right.
I've had enough for the last 2 weeks. I really have.
Simon, I got a flyer through. It's not a flyer, just like the obvious Loyal Snail docket through the door,
Yeah.
and it was fee to pay.
Mhm.
Is that an actual thing with Loyal Snail?
Was it say sorry?
Fee to pay.
No, that's a con.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, don't ring any numbers on that. And if it's a genuine one, it will ask you to go down to your local office because there's something been sent to you that's been undercharged. And whichever your local delivery office it will be, it'll ask you to attend. But you do get a lot of these cards that people push through doors, which are, there's a fee to pay on this item. If you ring this number, you can pay for it over the phone and we'll deliver your item. That's a con. That one's a con.
No, it's not. Don't tell him that, mate. I was trying to make a bit of money.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
Why are you going to ruin my fucking business opportunities here?
Because I don't want you to get a big butt plug bung for your exhaust. I want you to get tinnitus.
But then again, Simon, you can pay that fee anyway. And, with Loyal Snail, it'd take about a month to get to you anyway.
Not if you go pick it up. That's the idea of it.
Oh, what,
But
so we
when you
do
come
half-
to pick it up, we
we
might
do
not be
half-
open. Yeah.
Yes, so we do half of the job for you.
Yeah. Well, why are we going to use our diesel when we can get you to come to us? Come on.
So what is Royal Mail doing about the website? That see if you type in www.royalmail.com/fee to pay. What is Royal Mail doing about that?
I don't know. It will get flagged up, and I'll have a look later, and I'll flag it up with our internal people. And,
Because the actual slip that come through now, the reason I'm saying this, I'm actually expecting 2 packages from America from 2 motovloggers, so it seemed kind of legitimate to me that there would have been a potential discrepancy with postal payments.
if it's a customs fee to pay in that, I wouldn't do it online. I'd go down to the office and pay
Right.
there and then.
And
If you go there and you show them the card and they say, "Oh no, you need to go on this website and need to ring this number or whatever," then you're pretty much guaranteed it's genuine.
yeah, the fact that
Because there are so many cons out there and so many fake websites.
But see the fact that the card actually had my local postal sort of centralized collection department on it.
Yeah.
To me, it was legitimate in the sense that
it may honestly be legitimate.
Yeah.
Zed, without actually seeing the card itself,
And
I don't know, because our cards are 739s.
Do you want me to show you online in front of like 3 million people?
Oh, please do, with your address and everything else on
Yeah,
it. And if
absolutely.
you could hold up your bank card, both sides as well, that'd be great.
Drop my driver's license as well.
Address, postcode, date of birth, mother's maiden name.
My waist size.
Stuart, I think the
We've already
giveaway is
took
when you put
photographs
Your
of,
first pet, the street you were born on.
yeah. Stuart, I think the
Cover all
giveaway is
bases.
when you put that royalmail.com /fee to pay in, it actually says not secure. So I think that's a bit of a giveaway. That's a con.
You know what is a con? When Jay goes to work, we pay, like the company pays him to go to work, and he just doesn't do anything.
That's taking him money under false pretenses. That is.
Yeah.
Jay's
Back to
wages are taking money under false pretense.
Shh, don't tell everyone.
CID will be after him. Fraud.
What you mean, the cunts in disguise?
Well, yeah, bless you.
Oh, my internet is absolutely glitchy tonight. I don't know what's going on out in the
Have you
world.
tried paying the bill?
I think Elon Musk has moved all his satellites over to Russia. I think that's what's happened.
Yeah, I think so. Or it could be it's got that warm up there. All your telephone wires have started melting. I think that's what started happening around here.
That's maybe it does. Old Agnes in the exchange is absolutely sweating.
Yeah. The old telephone lines are falling out. You know, oh no, they're not working anymore.
I'm trying to switch you over, Hector, but it's not working.
Oh, bless you. Right, so the big question is shall I have another beer?
The big question is why not?
Why not?
Yeah, definitely. Right. Crack it
All
open.
those in favour?
Say aye.
Boris.
So Andy, what's the next big adventure?
probably for me, it's going to be. Well, we're looking at going to Crete actually in October, but that won't be anything to do with bikes. But no, bike wise, it's going to be Europe next year for us. I want to get back down to Austria and Switzerland.
You'll have to send me the dates you've got for that as soon as you can, so I can get mine booked.
It's going to be a long trip because if I'm going down there, I'm going down there for 12 days.
Yeah.
But it's probably going to be beginning of June again. So yeah, we're going to go back down through the Black Forest, drop into Bulgaria, and then straight into Austria.
Well, if I start looking at, because you know they're going to ask me for my leave from April next year soon. If I start looking at trying to get the first 2 weeks in June.
Yeah, I'd aim for somewhere around there.
Right.
I'll let you know when I look at it myself.
I may be working somewhere different by then, but well, that's another story. But yeah, we'll I'll get that booked in, and then they've got to honour it. So.
Is it Schmamazon?
Oh. No, I was talking in work today actually. Loyal Snail are opening up a brand new parcel hub in Crick, which is just up the road from us. And they're going to want a load more extra Class 1 drivers, we think.
Yeah.
And they're opening from spring next year. Well, by October this year, they're hoping I'll have my Class 1 license. So I've then got 2 years. I've got to accept any job they give me. So, and that's like the nearest place for me. So that's where I'm going to end up.
Pog's still saying, is it herpes you're working for?
Yeah. Herpes, yes. Herpes, very good. They're not called herpes anymore, though, are they?
No.
Every or something.
Yeah.
Every
rebranded.
parcel's lost and damaged.
They're still the same shit parcel company, but they've just renamed themselves.
You dress a turd, it's still a turd.
I sold an upper ZZR 1400 fairing, right? Now, see when I sold it on eBay, I must have took about 18 to 20 pictures and I posted them on my eBay post. Every single one of them from all different angles, inside and outside the fairing. Mm-hmm. And when I sold the fairing, I sold it for exactly what I wanted.
Anyone else tired? Oh, sorry, I need to fill up my chair.
I sold it for exactly
If you're going to
how
that,
much
Brandon, you got to do it on camera.
for exactly
Sorry, mate, we interrupted here. Carry on.
Gentlemen, shush. Zed's talking. Big Zed's talking. Shush.
I sold it for exactly how much I wanted, and Hermes picked it up and they delivered it. But the person who was receiving the delivery had an 8-foot fence at the back of his garden, and the driver decided to throw the parcel over the 8-foot fence. The only thing over the other side of the 8-foot fence was a concrete path, and I had so much bubble wrap and whatever within this box. It was a brand new box that I got out my own work. The box was destroyed. The corner of the fairing was shattered beyond recognition, and basically, I was looking for a return. I was looking for a brand new fairing, basically, because the person who bought the fairing didn't want it anymore.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't as it was described, which wasn't my fault because
That's
the
fair enough,
delivery
but yeah.
driver smashed it. Hermes wouldn't offer me any more than what I sold it for. But my argument was that if I was to replace that fairing from Kawasaki, it would cost me £300.
Yeah.
And they said that they would only honour the amount that I sold it for on eBay, which I thought was absolutely garbage.
Because you're still out of pocket then, because you're going to return the money to him.
Yeah.
And you're still out of pocket.
Yep, absolutely. Because I paid the
Hermes
courier
gonna
fee
give
as
him the
well.
money.
I paid.
Hermes going to pay him.
Yeah.
Pay Stu, and then Stu just pays the other guy.
Yeah, that was it, and like obviously, like when you sell something on eBay, you've got sellers' fees as well, so they are not taken into consideration. So
Right.
that was something that I had to deal with the month after. But the simple fact was that the guy messaged me. The guy messaged me and he said, "What do you want to do with the fair?" And I said, "Mate, you're more than welcome to it." No, but I'll send it back up to you. I said,
Oh, man,
listen,
that'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
it's no use to me.
No.
Keep it with my best wishes and take it within the context that it was sold to you with the best intentions. It's not my fault the courier's done that. If you want to repair it, by all means, sell it as it is, by all means. But I don't want it back. I was disgusted with the whole situation. It was horrible.
What he's saying there about you doing well to speak to someone at Hermes, they're a dodgy setup.
Yeah.
I have seen videos of 7.5 tonners pulling up into a car park and then throwing parcels out to different vans.
That's
That's
right.
their distribution.
Yeah.
That's their distribution, the public car park. I mean, come on. This is not a genuine company. And this is the sort of company that people say, well, the CEO says that Lord smells in direct competition with.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because look how they're running it.
Exactly.
Just to cut
Expose them for the fraudulent pieces of shit they are and the poor quality service they give you. And this is why you pay that little bit more to go with a reputable company. You know,
just to cut
if you want monkeys, pay peanuts. You know, if you want shit service, pay Amazon. I don't know.
Well, why do you think that I'm working for the company I am? They pay peanuts, they get a monkey.
Well, that's it. And they got a bigger than you, haven't they?
They get a Shrek. What are you on about?
I told you he's not Shrek. He's Shrek's ugly brother. Leave him alone.
Has anyone seen Boo Riders comment in the side chat?
Which one? No.
Did you tell them what you did to Paul last night?
Well, I might have turned Paul's camera upside down.
No way.
Oh, you're just a copycat now. We did that at Red Bomb weeks ago.
Yeah.
I'm 99% sure Paul turned his camera on and just rode off.
What kind of camera is it?
Drift.
Drift, right.
Yeah,
So if you're
you
GoPro
You just
9
turn the
on-
lens. Yeah, just
Ah,
turn
right.
the lens. Yeah. You dodgy little
That's
fucker.
brilliant.
I'll say we were sitting at the table down at the H Cafe, weren't we, Andy? And Red Bomb's left his crash helmet right in the middle of the fucking table. And he's just pointed at the lens, and I went, yeah, all right. Then so I turned it 180 degrees.
see some of the best footage that I've ever had on any camera that I've ever owned was footage that when I'd left my camera on and walked away from my bike. And it's just the boys absolutely ribbing me, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic footage. And I'm sure Lockwood, I'm sure Ayrshire Vlogster will testify to some of the crap that gets left on cameras when you realise that wee red light's flashing.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've left my camera on and I've put my helmet down. I've been talking to someone and we've had a discussion about things, and I've put my crash helmet and I've turned my camera on. I've gone, oh no, it's not on. So I've pressed it again. I've got home and I've watched it back and I've gone, oh yeah, I might want to delete that.
but there are some instances like that, Simon, but there's also some very, very natural sort of communications, like between a group of people that see if they don't realize, like see if you switch your front red light off in your camera and they don't realize that the camera is on, and you interact with them. It's so natural and it's so beautiful, and it can make or break a video. It really can. It's brilliant. Again, it's good. It's good when they know that you've left your camera on and they absolutely slaughter you. Oh, Zedhead, look at chicken strips and
that fucking lanky piece of shit.
You know what I mean? 200 miles a year. What's he know about biking?
Yeah. Mother Teresa gets ridden more than his fucking bike. Yeah.
Exactly.
I just deleted the folder that I'd done all the editing and everything for the NC 500, and that was 184 gig of footage I took.
Yeah,
that was 184 gigs of footage I had to do to get them videos up, which I've just now got rid of.
Yeah,
excellent. Well, you done well there, mate. It's good, some good videos there.
It's a hell of a lot to go through, especially when you're looking at through two cameras and somebody else's camera off of their bike.
Yeah,
trying to marry them up. It's a lot of hard work.
I don't know. See the two Scottish boys riding the Beamers? I think they did all right, yeah.
I'll tell you, he's lucky to get them back off them Scottish fellas, weren't you? I wouldn't trust them lot. They look very dodgy.
We were down the barrers trying to sell them.
Lockwood leaves his wallet and his keys with Michelle because he don't want him in his pocket. And them two ride off on what? The best part of 50 grand's worth of bike. Goes, oh, it's all right, I've got his wallet. I thought, that's a lot of fucking use, isn't it?
He's got 12 quid in there and a condom he's had for 7 years.
It's a Scottish wallet and a condom, a hole in it.
Well, we've had no speeding tickets through, so we've done all right.
No, it was no bad, and actually we did overtake a police car as well, and I'm like sitting there like that.
It wasn't the overtaking the police car that was the problem. It was the fact you swiped his mirror as you did it.
No, Simon. It was the fact that I couldn't remember who Darren was. I was like, you know what I mean? It's like, what's this guy's name that I've got his bike, and I'm driving by a police car. So it doesn't matter. We'll just keep going.
Yeah. Are these your bikes? No. Who do they belong to? I don't know. Some geezer called Darren, I think.
Some guy called Daniel at the Harley Davidson shop. All right, come with me, son. No, it was fine, and it was brilliant. The bikes are fantastic, so they were.
I said in eyesight to the missus, what I should have done was left my phone in the back box because it would have recorded your ride and told me the exact speed and everything else you would do.
Aye. Yeah, that was good. It really was. Surprised me. Very agile bikes.
I kind of wanted to come completely off topic here. I know you guys are firing away here, but I kind of wanted to talk about something that's kind of cool. And it's kind of sad at the same time. You know, like when we all went to school, I know some of you many years ago, we all had that kind of kid that either had like autism or something along the lines, right? Who always kind of got left on the sideline. I've kind of been trying to teach my daughter that, you know, these people they're exactly the same as us, right? They don't have the same response and control than us. That makes them different. But different in a good way. And it's her birthday coming up soon. and she's got two friends. One's got autism, and you know he goes up to her, throws water over her or something like that. She comes home crying. I'm like, what's up? She's like, well, he did this. Like, well, you know, maybe that's his way of saying hello or something like that. And I still think there's a huge divide in schools these days with kids with autism or Downs or anything like that, you know.
Yeah.
I know we touched on it a little while at Milton Keynes Bike Night, or not Bike Night, the event, didn't we, Simon? You mentioned it to Tracy. And I just think it's kind of sad, really. But then what I was going to say is one of her best friends, I feel so bad for her. So I had my mic muted. I've been downstairs, but she's got, mate, she has epilepsy. She doesn't even have epilepsy. She's got like one of the worst kinds of it, where she goes into fits. Like you could say the wrong word to her, and she goes into a fit.
Yeah.
And I just find it so like. I find it quite emotional, you know, to think she's so young. She's had like 12 operations. She's going in for a skin graft tomorrow because she went swimming after school today. She had a fit, fell off her chair, and the chair went through her face. And I was like, mate, like Jesus Christ, all these youngsters, like, how lucky are we? Like, just think how lucky you actually are. People think, oh, I've got such a shit life, but man, you're so lucky. Everyone here right now is so lucky and so fortunate to even be here. I just wanted to ventilate about that, but yeah, I'm good now.
Well, you met my my eldest Matthew, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Yeah, and he's on the low end of the spectrum of autism. So
I remember you saying Trace.
Yeah, he's got that, and I don't know. It's just you just sort of look at him as he's a boy that processes things differently.
Yeah,
absolutely. And you know what? But they're actually incredibly intelligent and smart. Like you ask them about something, and they'll know the answer. You're like, "Fuck you know, mate." You're like, "You're 16. How do you know that?" You know.
The thing that
he's a commie chef, so yeah, he's working in the kitchens, he's doing stuff, and
yeah. The thing that I find is like my son's 15, and his best pal has severe anxiety. And ADHD at the same time. So he actually has to educate out of school, but there's a program within my son's school that my son is one of his friends, sort of not his mentor, but it's like somebody that he knows that he can be calm around and so on and so forth. And there's a group of them, there's about 3 or 4 of them. I just find that the kids nowadays are so understanding, whether or not it's because the information that surrounds kids nowadays, where you have people on TikTok now, love or hate TikTok. There's a lot of people, and they openly say, "Listen, I've got ADHD. I have this. I have that. This is who I am. Love me or hate me. Blah blah blah." So the information that I feel that our kids are getting is far more than we ever got.
There's a lot more awareness about it all as
well. I just
exactly
feel
what I was going to say. Yeah,
I just feel that when I was younger, when somebody was disruptive in a class, they were just, they're a bad egg. And that was it. Yep. That was it. No, they're just a bad person. And that was it. They misbehaved. No, they're bad. There was no understanding. There was no... and they get sidelined, they get pushed aside, they get put into lower education, as it were, and that's a horrible sort of expression, and I don't even like saying it, but that was the thing. It was the fact that the teachers didn't even understand what it was, didn't want to have to deal with it, and pushed it onwards. Now I think mainstream schools do understand it. They're able to recognise it very, very quickly through the way that they've even designed the scoring when it comes to their little tests that they get throughout the year, and they have the classroom assistants that can actually keep the kids within mainstream education when normally that wouldn't have been the case. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And the fact that the kids around them don't even judge them on it anymore, it's a non-issue.
This is a relatively new thing in the recognition and the scoring and that as well, because my eldest, he was born in 92.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until he was getting ready to leave school and he was in a special needs school, until he was 18. It wasn't until he was really getting ready to leave school that they started recognizing these things. And that's from sort of like 2005 onwards.
Yeah.
And they actually recognized it and put him on the lower end of the spectrum and said, look, we think your son is here. And we said, well, where's this information been for the other 15 years of his life? And they said,
Yeah.
look, we just haven't had it.
Yeah.
It's brand new.
That's just that, Simon. They haven't had the means. They haven't had the means to be able to qualify it as a specific thing. So basically, it has been. It's been difficult, and it's like one of my friends is like two of his sons are very, very high in the spectrum. But now the fact that you can identify that they can be on that spectrum at an early age, and they can be diagnosis isn't. I don't like using the word diagnosis because it's not a disease. It's not. It's just that is the way they are. It's so I do not like using that. It's just like when they're identified as being on that part of the spectrum, then they know that there's a course of education and whatever that they can then push them on.
There's the understanding from people my age and the parents as well, because when we found out and he's getting ready to leave school, we believed, and Tracy and I be honest about it, we believe the only job he'll ever get is be able to push trolleys around the car park in Tesco's, and we felt really sad about that. That's the only job he's going to be able to get. Well, he's proved us wrong, and our understanding's got better as well. And it's like, well, actually, yeah. So our understanding has had to change on it as well, because I mean, he's working in the kitchen with food and things and all sorts now. So he's doing a terrific job apparently. But yeah, it's our understanding's changed, and we've evolved and we've moved along with it as well. And there's still a lot of people out there, and there's still a lot of stigma attached to it by people. Because a lot of them are put down as stupid and slow when they're not, and that's something I really will not take up.
See, when you look back at savants and you look back at some of the greats that we've had in this world, even in like our recent history and beyond, a lot of them, if they were to have been born now, would show pretty high on the spectrum. Yeah. A lot of them would show high.
I'm actually sure that if I took the test, I would appear on the spectrum as well.
I think I definitely would, but it would be probably low end. But I've got certain compulsions. There used to be an advert on the television for Dulux paint. I don't know if you remember it, where the paint pots used to overflow.
Yeah.
I could not watch it because I have a form of my compulsions control. If I can't control something, I can't watch. If it's something that's out of control, I can't watch it. And that whole advert with paint pouring over the sides of pots, I can't. That to me,
Tracy has got it's in likened to a very, it's not severe, but it's a very bad form of OCD. Whereas we have to do certain things around the house, otherwise she goes mad, and one of her tells is rat in her hair, and so you play a game sometimes, you start ratting her hair, you get into it. And even that, I mean, if she was to take the test, I know she'd appear on there somewhere, because it is. Because my youngest, one of the things he's got is he's got an OCD on things. But he's the sort of boy as well that if I tell him, okay, you've got to do, when you get your motorbike, you've got to do this, and this. Every time he goes to his bike, he will do this, and it. And I'll know he'll do it in that order.
Absolutely.
And he comes round and with his bike, and we're going to wash it, clean it, or change the oil, or do something on it. And I'll say, right, okay. We checked the water. He said, yeah. I said, right, show me how you do it. He said, you do this, and he's done it exactly the way I showed him.
Yeah.
That is religiously what he does and the way he does it.
Being very topical about the sort of sport that's prolific just now, and that's Wimbledon. And obviously he had to forego his semi-final, but Rafa Nadal. you look at the way Rafa Nadal touches his left ear, the top of his head, his right ear, and then he touches his back before he serves. Every single time. You look at the way he positions his bottles on the ground.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It isn't any different.
No. MT, welcome.
Hello.
Right, Matt, how you doing?
No, I'm doing all right. I had a mental health assessment this week, so finally getting out. Just going on the subject you guys are on about at the moment, they actually reckon Albert Einstein was on the autistic scale.
He was.
Yeah, with autism and Asperger's, I reckon he got.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
that
Asperger's is just like a really severe form of OCD.
Yeah, that's what Guy Martin has.
Yeah.
Asperger's.
Yeah.
And you listen to the way Guy Martin can describe how an engine has stripped and built.
Yeah.
Next evolution, mate. The humans.
Yeah.
Next evolutionary step. Look how many geniuses are, got to look back on the history of a lot of these scientific breakthroughs and that.
But
Captain
Simon hasn't evolved.
See, the thing about it is, right, it's like we look at it, we know what kind of spectrum we're on. Now, you look at Asperger's, right? Now, are they on the wrong spectrum, or is it us that's on the wrong spectrum?
Well, that's it. What's normal?
Yeah.
Big question. What is normal?
Where's the baseline? Where is the baseline?
Yeah. The baseline's always moving, isn't it? So.
Yeah, of course. It's an evolutionary curve, and like every sort of generation that comes along, that must move. It's like maybe it's like maybe the normal isn't the normal. Maybe the Asperger's curve is the way that the society, and that's the way that the evolutionary generation is moving.
I'm going to quote a line from one of my favourite films now. It's Quadrophenia, where Jimmy comes home and his mum turns around to him and says, "You're not normal," and he says, "Oh yeah, what's normal then?"
No.
Yeah.
No.
What is normal? Sorry, I love that film.
So do I.
Yeah, well, like I say, there isn't any normal, is there?
No.
Hello, who's just vanished? That's empty. Oh, Belly's just gone. No,
No, he is right. There is no normal, and that is there's no truer word was spoken.
Sorry, I fell out of the bloody room, Dad.
Yeah, what happened there then?
Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
Oh, stop pressing buttons, MT. You can't do that. You're not normal.
I know, I accidentally pressed on the bloody duck in the top left-hand corner, and it took me back to the bloody home page. I was like, what have I done?
Hey up, duck.
Yeah. Stupid duck in top left-hand corner.
Hey, leave the ducky alone.
Yeah.
I am still here. I'm just having an issue where my nose has decided to pop.
Your nose?
Yeah, high blood pressure.
Oh,
right.
Bloody
stick a Tampax up it, you'll be all right.
I think it's a fucking Texan, Jay. You'll be fine.
I get that with my right nostril as well. It's like I only have to touch it, and like it's like obviously you start to feel it wet, and then the next minute it's like.
It normally goes in the most inconsiderate times. Normally, when you're driving down the motorway and it just pops, you're like, "Well, great, now I'm smothering blood," and there's nothing to hand to sort yourself out with either.
I know everyone keeps on to go and get it cauterized, and I'm like, no, I'm not having that happen. Thank you.
Nothing hot goes up my nostril. No.
No. Unless it's Colombian marching powder.
Who told me Boo Ryder was going to come on camera tonight? And he hasn't, has he?
He's too camera shy, isn't he?
Well, that's
hey,
what he
Boo.
said. That's what he said to me. He was going to come on.
Come on, Boo.
I think.
Yeah.
I think
if I
the
can
problem
see
is
the frigging nowhere on a mobile phone in the back of a taxi, anyone can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's face it.
That taxi driver was fucking wetting himself, weren't he?
Yeah, but let's face it. We haven't got the face like Boo, and it breaks the camera. That's the problem.
Ooh.
Come on, Boo.
Boo's
Come and stand up.
Shrek ugly brother. Yeah.
I'll entice him to join. Come on, Boo. Come stand up for yourself.
I'll put the link up again if he wants to pop in.
Not
To be honest,
entirely sure.
I don't actually think he knows how to.
No, I've shown him how to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Did you do it as a step-by-step guide?
Oh, man, I wrote it down. I wrote it down in 4 different languages for him.
Gibberish, old person.
Really big.
I saw somebody this week. I can't even remember who it was. It was someone I follow, and I apologise if I don't remember who it was. But they posted a vlog, and the vlog was fun versus frugality, and I think that's quite a good topic to be discussing with the fact of the fuel prices, because I've certainly noticed that. With the bike having as big a fuel tank as it does, when you fill up the tank and you realise how many pounds extra you're putting into it regards to what you were maybe 6 months ago. When it comes to having fun and you're maybe taking that money away from the family for other things, just to have a blast on the bike, it's like, when does fun stop being fun and you have to think about being frugal? It was an interesting topic.
Yeah,
Can I just say,
Exit Rider, you've come back. Go on, join my live stream. You've never done it. Come on, jump on. Half hour. Just half hour. Sorry.
Zed, can I just say, I've only filled my tank up 3 times.
Fuck off. I've done that this week.
And I've had the bike nearly 2 years.
You fucking, I'll tell you what, Mother Teresa rides gets ridden more than your bike.
It's not that. It's a bloody 125, isn't it? They go for fucking miles on the.
Oh, fuck it. I fill mine up 3 times a week, you can't.
Yeah, I know. It's
I
like
think I did 90 quid in petrol in 1 week. Jesus.
Yeah, mine will just keep running forever on a bloody thimble. Yeah.
The thing about it is, like, maybe if I'm going for a ride and we're going out as a group, £100 was probably reasonable to be taken out with you, and that would get you your 3, possibly 4 tanks of fuel and something to eat. Now you're talking about £150 for the same journey, for the same ride.
And after that, food.
Well, fuel is a third more expensive, so yeah.
Yeah, but so is food. So is food, because like a supper, a fish supper out the chippy is an extra £2. It's the same.
I love the way they talk up there, don't they? Fish supper at the chippy.
The tour we just done was from Sunday to Sunday, and for me and the missus, with the hotels, the food, and the fuel, I'm in somewhere between 1,600 and 1,700 quid for the week.
Yeah.
I think we done 230 quid on fuel, 670 or 680 quid on hotels, and probably another 400 to 600 quid just on food, drink, and
that was just a beer bill.
But that was about 1,700 quid I think we spent in the week for the week up in Scotland. But that was for 2 people.
Have you seen what's finally happening though with regards to fuel and everything?
I did notice I'm paying today. I paid 6 pence less a litre than I did the time before.
No, there's some watchdog looking into it, isn't there?
It went up petrol went up 17p a litre last month.
Yeah.
Alone. 17 pence.
Yeah. Well, there's some
and that week they put it up by that much, as the week I had to go to Birmingham, Oxford twice, and fucking Hemel 3 times. Yeah.
Yeah, but see the thing about it is like when you look at the price of a barrel of fuel, oil, in relation to a litre of fuel, the price of a barrel of oil never increased, but the price of fuel did.
I noticed that.
And that's a question that has to be asked. Why are you charging more for fuel when the price of a barrel of oil is still the same? What is it that's causing this price increase?
They're trying to force us to.
Well, the oil went down in price.
Well, I know that OPEC are restricting how much fuel they're manufacturing. Do you know that there's two massive oil fields in Scotland that have 300,000 plus oil barrels of fuel sitting in them just now that have been proven that Scotland are actually getting told that they're not allowed to actually refine or remove that oil. And if Scotland did, fuel in the United Kingdom could be £1.20 a litre like tomorrow if they did it, if they pulled that, because they're going down this. I don't know what the agenda is, Simon. It's a whole different live stream, and I don't want to go down that route.
Yeah, you're right. You go the way you want. Yeah,
but it's when there's an agenda that this whole Russia-Ukraine thing, and it's like we've been starved of this and starved of that. No, we're not.
It's a load of bollocks.
Don't be lied to.
Yeah,
We have
language.
there's 300,000 barrels of oil sitting off the north coast of Scotland that could be put into United Kingdom pumps within a week.
But that is like the bloke that we all know that has got down to his last 10,000 in the bank account. They say, I'm skint, because that 10,000 is for emergencies.
Yeah.
That's it.
We all know that, man. Yeah.
Simon Grangemouth is one of the biggest petrochemical oil refineries in the United Kingdom. And
I know. I've had the pleasure of working up there at one stage.
Yeah,
so.
it's like when that oil comes off the coast of Scotland into Grangemouth, it's in the pumps within a week.
Yeah.
Right.
So if they gave the green light, we could have. We don't need. Why do we need Russia? Let them keep their oil.
Well, the thing is when we stopped getting oil, the Saudi countries and all that lot, they started increasing the production of oil from there. And actually, Britain's competition regulator has launched an in-depth study to examine concerns about soaring fuel price. And basically, they're saying it's the retailers, the profiting from the current situation. That's what it is.
Of course it is.
You know, it's this Ukraine business has got sod all to do with it. What was happening beforehand?
What would happen, right? Say, for example, you were to have a general election tomorrow, right? Just hypothetical, totally hypothetical.
Yeah.
If we had a general election tomorrow, right? See a political party that if they made it part of their political manifesto to state in writing that forecourts could not change the price, they had to give 3 months' notice to change the price of fuel at the pumps. 3 months' notice. I would vote for them.
Yeah, they're actually saying as well it's the tax, which is also significant cost on it.
Rubbish.
I'm just reading the article
rubbish
now.
because what's happening is like if right now with fuel stations all around the country, if one fuel station blinks, they all react to it.
This is the funny thing is. Yeah, well, this is the funny thing is because the refineries are saying it's not them. They're blaming the retailers.
Rubbish.
The retailers are blaming the government on the tax, and they're all blaming each other. You know, for
the government are reaping the rewards of the tax, and they're not going to sort of adjust that. They're not going to renege on it. They're not going to comment about the prices because this is the fastest that they could have possibly anticipated that they would pay back the furlough scheme. So,
to be honest, if you ask me, they're all just making the money back because not people going out in COVID when we locked down for a year. So they've got to earn the money back somehow, and they've just whacked the prices up.
The thing about it is, Matt, is like, see when fuel got to about £1.20 a litre, there was blockades on motorways. I remember it.
Yeah, I remember that when the fuel crisis happened and all that lot.
Yeah, so what price was it at? And what price are we sitting at just now? We're all sitting here lethargic. Why are we not out on the streets? Why are we not blockading the roads? Why are we not congesting every single city right across the United Kingdom and stopping it from working and turning around to the government and saying, you know what, this isn't happening. You need to do something now. No, do you know why? It's because this whole COVID thing, we're all so thankful that we're out of COVID and we can work and we can earn money. It's all it's all just a facade.
all the way through it. I didn't get anything from furlough.
Yeah,
or
my
anything.
wife worked all the way through it because of who she works for.
Yeah, so did my wife.
Yeah.
It still is to this day. She works with the National Health Service, so I don't get me started in that.
My missus works for the courts.
Yeah.
What was it called, Tina? HMCTS. That's it.
Yeah.
Her Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Services. They didn't shut down during lockdown.
No. No, but it's like there's an apathy. There's an apathy throughout the whole country. It's like we should be standing up. It's like right now, nearly £2 a litre.
Yeah.
We should be every single one of us with placards outside of every single fuel station in your local town and stopping people from getting in and spending their money and telling them you're getting robbed. Stop it. Don't do it. If you don't buy it, they'll need to put the prices down. Look at the prices.
The problem is the government put all thing on about protest, didn't they? All these bloody laws and that over it. So they stopped it in some respect.
They can't stop freedom of speech, Matt.
Oh no, but they can't stop the masses neither. We ought to be more like the French. You know, you see the thing in France when they put one speed camera up or something. They went and bloody cut them all down, all the speed cameras, didn't they, in France?
Say for example, you were to start a movement, and it was, what would you say, a passive protest, right?
Yeah.
So you were to email all the members of your sort of group and say, don't buy fuel.
Yeah.
And that was a passive protest, and then all these fuel stations were to turn around and say, we've had a massive drop off. The demand in fuel has just dropped through the floor, and we don't understand why. What do you think would happen to the price of fuel?
No.
Say for example, 50% of the United Kingdom was to stop buying fuel for a week. What do you think would happen to the price of fuel?
Yeah, but there's another motive to this as well. What the fuel prices up, and more people are going to go out and get electric vehicles, aren't there?
No,
that's what I said. They're trying to force us into electric.
That's what they're doing. In some respects, you know.
Look at when you weren't able to get the petrol or diesel. Everyone was like, "Oh, right, I better buy electric because it's going to go on forever."
Well, it's a bit like when they wanted everybody to go from petrol to diesel cars, didn't they? You know, and it was only because the VW and companies like that were all doing this Dieselgate thing where the cars knew when they were being MOT'd and they were giving out less emissions, that they kicked up a stink about it and went, oh no, everybody go back out buy petrol. Then they sort of turned around and went, oh no, now by the year whatever it is, we want everybody to have electric cars. And the thing is, the bloody price of electric's gone up, which makes you laugh.
Yeah.
So,
see the thing about it is, right, it's like, and I can sit on my high horse because I'm Scottish, and we produce most hydroelectric electricity in the whole of the United Kingdom. We produce the
most to that island up there, yeah.
Exactly. We produce the most wind generated electricity in the whole of the United Kingdom.
and a lot of that gets shipped offshore rather than in the UK.
We put that into the national grid at 15 pence per kilowatt hour. Do you know we have to buy that back ourselves at 35 pence per kilowatt hour? And we produced it, and we still have to buy it at 20 pence a kilowatt hour more. And it's disgusting.
It's like they were trying to get everybody to have solar panels on the houses, weren't they? You know, and that. But those are a load of rubbish because it takes something like about 10 years before you see any benefit from it.
Yep.
No, it's like it doesn't take 10 years, Matt, because
but I'm just saying I'm exaggerating a bit there. But,
no. Because it takes more than 10 years. What I'm trying to say is it takes more than 10 years, but you have to replace the solar cells before that. So it's false economy.
Yeah.
You'll never the solar panel technology isn't there yet.
No.
Is that in theory it's a great
It wouldn't be so bad if we were somewhere like bloody, where we had glorious sunshine 24/7.
Have you ever Scotland?
Have you ever seen this? Have you ever seen what they've got in Spain? And that's the massive big
Mirrors.
water, the
Yeah,
big
the mirrors
mirrors
on the
in the
water
water tower. Yeah,
Yeah.
and they superheat the water with the
Water.
sun.
Yeah. Yeah, I've
And
seen
they
that.
create that. Yep. That's never going to happen in Scotland.
It won't, I was going to say, it won't happen over here.
No, but
Yeah.
that's more practical, I would
Yeah.
say.
Well, no, that's why I think we're more relying on wind turbines than anything in this country.
See, there was a big thing in Scotland about wave power as well, electrical wave generation and stuff like that, and it never came to anything. They talked about when the waves come in and it moves the
platform
floats about, it creates energy, and nothing's ever came of it.
It's not sufficient.
Water mills. There you go. There's a nice, cheap, easy way to create power.
Yeah, exactly, Simon. Exactly.
Well, that's with hydroelectric, innit? You know, with the dams and that.
Exactly.
You know.
And like, do you not think that in this day and age we could make that water mills more efficient?
Yeah. Well, like I say, you got to look around the dams around the countries. You know, like Lady Bower and all that. Like, stick a hydroelectric turbine in there and start generating electric rather than it just being a dam doing sod all. You know. Yeah, Howie, that's the other thing as well. Price of electric vehicles and that needs to come down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Electric vehicles are not, if anybody wants to get an electric vehicle to save the environment, it is not saving the environment.
Well, did you see the last episode of Top Gear this year?
No. I haven't watched it since the famous 3 left it, so yeah.
Right. Well, it was quite interesting because they're going on about alternative fuels, you know, and obviously hydrogen is one of them, which they are developing, a lot of the companies, and synthetic fuel. But the problem is at the moment, synthetic fuel, it costs something like £90 a litre, you know, to make it. And
it's ridiculous. Synthetic fuel isn't an option at the moment because it costs too much to generate. Hydrogen fuel is probably the best way to go because it's not that difficult to develop a hydrogen engine from a petrol or diesel.
5 places in the whole country that you can actually fill your vehicle up with hydrogen.
Hydrogen, yeah, that's the problem. The infrastructure's not there, is it?
That's it.
You know.
Again, it's down to infrastructure. It's not there.
No.
Yeah, but it won't take long for them to convert pumps from doing the petrol and that to the hydrogen. They did it in oh fuck me, not Florida, the other side.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, Los Angeles, LA, that way. Yeah.
Yeah, LA, that side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. It's and also hydrogen is more beneficial because of what's the byproduct of burning hydrogen?
Yeah.
Water. And what do you need to make hydrogen? Water.
The only thing you're saving from an electric vehicle to a petrol or diesel one at the moment is the engine oil.
Yeah.
But then if you look at a petrol or diesel vehicle compared to an electric vehicle, the petrol or diesel vehicle is more percentage recyclable than the electric vehicle. Because of the battery effect. There's not much percentage of the batteries can be recycled again and again and again, whereas a lot more of my motorcycle that can be recycled.
I'm pretty sure that now, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a synthetic fuel that has been developed by one of the scientists that's attached to Formula One, and it uses hydrogen and carbon dioxide, and it mixes the two together and burns them and produces less carbon dioxide than it actually combines with the hydrogen in the first place.
Yeah.
So therefore, it becomes what would you say? Carbon positive? Is it carbon negative?
Carbon positive rather than carbon neutral.
Yeah, absolutely.
Negative,
yeah.
So it's burning less carbon dioxide than it's actually producing. Burning more, than it's producing.
Because that's the other thing as well. Is the engine in a car is only 30% effective. efficiency out of it.
Well, this was the whole concept between energy regen systems when it comes to diesels. When it comes to like an ERG valve, which is diverting exhaust gases, which still have particulates of fuel back into the exhaust. But
and how many people went out and got rid of them? Blanked them.
But the whole thing about it is, Matt, is like they become dirty and they become clogged very, very quickly.
Yeah.
They become sticky. They become ineffective very, very quickly. They need to be serviced and maintained rigorously. And who in this world is going to spend that much money doing it? Honestly, because I used to have a Volvo S40, and I used to carry a small ball peen hammer in the boot of my car, and that was when I left the fuel station, was to tap the ERG valve to make the solenoid spring back.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't, the engine went into limp mode.
Yeah, well, that's where they clamped down on it with the MOTs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because they need people going out and blanking it, and they clamped down on it, didn't they, on the MOTs, and basically said if you've done that, it's an instant failure.
Yeah.
So the ERG valves used to stick because a lot of the diesel vehicles used to only do short journeys, which is what clogged them up.
Well,
they reckoned if you took it for a 40-mile drive and kept the revs up and it all heated up, it all sorted itself out.
Well, my last company car was a Skoda Octavia Estate 1.9 diesel.
Nice.
And because I was all over the country and never had problems like that with that thing. That was really good on fuel.
Yeah.
Because I was doing distance driving every day, not local, So, but yeah, it's all a bloody. At the moment, it's a load of rubbish because they're trying to blame this Ukraine and Russia business on bloody everything, And it's like you said, Stu, about oh look, we're all celebrating the Jubilee, but this is what's going off behind closed doors, sort of thing.
It always happens. There's always a nice look at the nice thing that's happening. We'll do something bad. It's happened throughout history. You look at politics throughout the years, and everything that's nice that's happened in society, whether they're giving you something. Oh look, we're giving you £100, but we're taking £200 off you down here. It doesn't matter. It always happens.
That's what I always say to my members from Loyal Snail. I always say to them, Loyal Snail will come at you with a deal, and they'll go, "Look at this. We're offering you this big shiny box. Don't look at this paperwork. Look at the big shiny box you can have. Don't look at the paperwork. Don't look over it. It's not worth looking at. This big shiny box. We're giving you this. Yeah. And people go, "Oh yeah, I love the big shiny box. Thank you. What do you mean I'm earning less?"
Look what I've won! Look what I've won! I've got to work an extra 10 hours. Thanks.
Yeah. But I've got a big shiny box.
That's exactly it. It's all an illusion.
That's exactly what happens with everything. So,
and
everybody, one person did it many, many years ago, and I don't know who the first person it was that did it, but one person did it many, many years ago, and all these big companies and everything else went, "That's brilliant. You can distract people by going, look what we're giving you, and then don't look at what we're taking away, but look what we're giving you."
Yeah.
See, the company I work for, the way they've done it for the last 5 years. I've worked there for 21 years, 16 years at one site, and 5 years now at the site that I'm in. And what they've done is year in, year out, regardless of the financial climate, and I must admit that, they have given very, very reasonable pay rises throughout the years, probably inflation busting or keeping up with inflation throughout the years. They've done that year in, year out. But, and a lot of people that have worked for the same amount of time as me do not even understand and do not even comprehend what they've been taken off as. And that is when it comes to the sickness benefit. Every single year that they give us a pay rise, they take an extra £10 a week off us in sickness payment, meaning that if you're off sick, you're earning £10 a week less.
Yeah.
But they're
Yeah.
giving you 4.5%, which is 1% above inflation, and everyone thinks that's great. No, because if you're sick and like you might work for like 360 whatever days of the week, the year, and you're off for that 1 week, you need that wage.
Yeah.
But you're not getting that wage because you agreed to the pay rise, so you're less. You're coming away with less, and they don't understand it.
I mean, this is why I was surprised with my employer this year with the pay rise offer they came through, because they very quickly covered up exactly what they want for it, but they offered a substantial, I think it was fine. It was highlighted a 5.5% pay rise, which is what we're offering you. But what they didn't tell you in big bold letters, like they did in the amount, was what they want to take away. And actually, by accepting that pay rise, every single person would have been worse off.
Yeah.
Because of other allowances and things they wanted to take away.
So
And
now-
it's all like, well, how was you even going to slip this one by us? Because it's blatantly obvious for anybody that reads that you can see it.
Yeah.
But there were some people that actually turned around and said, "Oh, look, they're offering us 5.5%. Why haven't accepted it?"
Yeah.
Well, do you want to be £100 a week worse off? And
That's
that's
because
what it is.
they're flashing that wee mirror in front of your eyes, like, oh,
Yeah.
you can't see it, you can't see it, you can't see
Yeah.
it. And that's what happens.
Look into the eyes, not around the face. Look into the eyes.
And you're back in the room.
As we used to say, baffling with bullshit.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. And it's like, and it happens, and like everyone's like, oh, I mean, that isn't it great, 4.5%? And I say to them, no. Do you not realise that they've taken 6% off you in your sickness allowance? What do you mean? Well, last year, if you were off sick, it was like you would get X amount, right? Okay. So like this year, because you've accepted this pay rise, you get 6% less. Oh, I didn't agree to that. No, you did, because you signed up for the 4.5% pay rise. Oh no, that wasn't what I agreed to. Yes, it was. Did you not read the paperwork?
Right there.
I read it.
Read small print.
But the thing about it is I don't want to say anything because I become Mr. Militant, and I don't want to be that person. It's like,
no, you see, that's the difference, Stu. I'll be Mr. Miller, and I'll be standing there going, no.
No, but the thing about it is, Simon, I've been that person, and it's like, you know, that way where sometimes you just can't fix stupid. You know that way.
Did you hear that sigh? Sorry, that wasn't there. No.
So anyway, which next?
Watching the qualifying in Austria on the Grand Prix. So.
Oh yeah, I watched that earlier.
I've already seen it. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
you can't beat Russell and Lewis going off on the same lap. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, two red flags. Two red flags.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. Russell and Lewis out.
Hey, tell you what, that Chinese driver were lucky, weren't they? Last week's race.
Yeah. Oh, fuck me, it feels
so. Me when I put the headset back on.
What was that? What was that on the Formula One?
Oh, you missed a really good accident.
The Zuni, whatever his name was, that went upside down into the barrier.
Oh, I thought his name was Holy Fuck.
His name was Oh Shit. Did I do that?
I think Carl and Harry was skipping across the floor upside down.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
That was absolutely unbelievable. And I was watching it live with the missus, and I worked at Silverstone. And when they said they're sending the extraction team out, the only thing I said to Tracy, I said that's not good, because that means the driver cannot get out himself. So that means he must be severely injured.
Yeah.
And 30 minutes later, the cunt's walking about, and it's all like you could see why he couldn't get out himself. He was trapped between the fence and the arm coat and the car.
See the thing about it is, Simon. See the
Andy, just wave to me, please, once they stop.
If you like or dislike TikTok or Twitter or anything like that, that was the one thing that actually made that accident. And I'm not going to say special, but it kind of involved the people. And like, is it right or is it wrong? Because it could have turned out worse than it actually
yeah.
was. But
The funny thing
so
is,
much of it was live right there
Yeah.
and then. I
But the
could go onto
problem is-
TikTok and watch that driver getting extracted as the
Yeah.
BBC were turning away and not allowing us to see it.
well, this is the thing. I was just about to say, Zed, if you watch the videos on TikTok, you hear people going to the fans, stop filming, don't film, stop filming.
That's right, Matt, because they
they
weren't
can't.
sure at the time.
Yeah, and they
How
can't.
can you control that? How can you
Yeah, you
control it?
can't.
How can you
And the thing
control
is,
it?
and the thing is, they're actually looking into that now, the FIA, because of the gap.
So what are they going to do? They're going to ban mobile phones because that's
No,
not going to happen.
not that. I'm on about. Do you know how I ended up between the catch fence and the tire?
Oh, yeah.
That gap.
absolutely.
They're on about. They're looking into that, and they're on about pushing the tire walls all the way up to the
Yeah.
catch fence.
Yeah.
But that was so that doesn't happen again.
Can you
And he
remember?
was
Can you
lucky.
remember? Can you remember when they used to have the wire fence and then the wire fence and then the wire fence when the MotoGP bikers used to
Yeah.
slide through all the fences?
Yeah,
That Barry Sheen actually back in the day actually complained about because they were so bloody dangerous.
yeah, but because they're actually, and he was lucky. He hit that catch fence, with a floor side.
Yeah.
He was
No,
lucky.
Dad, I 100% agree with you because I've
I'm
seen
surprised
a
no one
couple
wakes
of the accidents that have happened that cars have
Yeah.
went into
Well, the
the
worst
stands.
one. The worst one, and how he walked away from that, I will never know to this day, was Roman Grosjean's. When he went through the metal fencing,
Oh, and
splitting
he
off,
Caught in
the
fire.
back of the,
Fire.
and it was
Yeah.
on fire.
Yeah,
And how he got out of that,
and he
and
walked
I tell
out.
you
of it.
what, that
But-
halo, they were all against that
Well,
halo.
just the halo, it's all the other safety devices as
Well,
well.
yeah,
For the
I know,
fire, they
but-
get oxygen breathed in, they got
Yeah.
explosives that fire off, they got
Yeah.
everything that protects the driver. I mean,
Yeah.
there is
Yeah,
it's the monocoque, isn't it? Everybody knows the monocoque.
If it
That's,
wasn't-
the bit
if
that's
it-
the bit the driver sits in. That's
Yeah,
basically
but
a coffin.
if it
Yeah.
weren't for that halo, he'd have lost his head.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
because
yeah.
I don't know if you. I think it was either Silverstone or Brands Hatch that I think it was at Martin Brundle that hit. What's the one that you go under the bridge and he actually come off and he hit the bridge and the front end actually,
wasn't it?
and
Yeah.
he broke both his
Broke
feet.
both of his legs. Yeah,
And you saw both his legs sticking out the end of the car.
Yeah,
God,
and
yeah.
that's how they extended the monocoque to
Yeah, 'cause of that.
protect
But-
because like every single big accident that Formula One's ever had has resulted in safety changes.
Well, that's the
Because-
same.
I mean,
with
that used to
NASCAR.
happen a lot of the time was where the suspension arms were attached to the car.
Yeah,
If the
Yeah.
car had a side impact,
It would-
they'd
it
go
would
straight
come
through
into
the
the
car
feet.
into the driver's leg.
that's right.
Yeah. Well, Brandon's gone. But that's the same with NASCAR. If you actually watch about NASCAR, a lot of the roll cage in the NASCAR, certain bits of the roll cage are named after certain drivers
Yeah,
because
Right.
it's because that driver was killed because of a certain thing, and they
Yeah.
put in another bit of scaffolding basically on the roll cage
Yeah.
and named it after that bloody driver.
Yeah.
Because it was adding to the safety. But I'll tell you what, that halo. So far, the amount of lives that thing's bloody saved
yeah.
is
Yep.
It's done well. It's done
It's
well.
no-
crazy.
you look at the Felipe Massa incident when the suspension spring hit him in the
Oh
head.
God, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Now,
Well,
if he had the halo, that maybe might
Maybe,
still have
yeah.
hit him. Might
Well,
have
the
still hit
biggest
him,
one
but,
was,
the energy would have been taken out of that incident.
Yeah, well, the other one as well was John Surtees' son. He was in, what was it, Formula 2 or Formula 3?
Aye.
Yeah, Henry Surtees, his son, he got killed because a tyre came off and hit him in the head
Yeah,
and killed him.
that's right.
A wheel came off a car and killed him.
what
And
was
that's
the
the other reason why the halo came around.
what
Because
was
of
the
that.
Aussie? What's the name of the Aussie boy? Oh God, popular Aussie boy still rides races just now, and he hit the back of a car and launched
Yeah,
on the straight.
I remember.
Ricardo.
Yeah.
Daniel Ricciardo.
Is it? Aye, Daniel Ricciardo. He did
Yeah.
that before Halo as well. You know, it's like
Yeah.
you're thinking to yourself, and that's
Well, you look at the accidents that they have as well with the tethers on the wheels now.
Yeah.
They're absolutely brilliant because a marshal
They
in
hold on to the
Imola,
wheel.
Italy, a wheel left the car, launched the barrier, and killed a marshal.
That's
Yeah.
right.
So they
That's right.
redeveloped. They had the tethers on there, but it wasn't that good. So they redeveloped them, and actually they're very, very effective now to keeping everything
Yeah.
I
attached
tell
to
you
the
what,
car.
a lot of the accidents now, what you see in Formula One, you give it like 10 years ago, they wouldn't have walked away from
I
them.
think, yeah.
No. None of them.
None of
Well,
them.
just look at
None of-
the Ayrton Senna crash.
Yeah.
That's why the hands device. That's why they use the hands device.
Hands
now.
device, yeah.
Because the hands device was a safety Ayrton Senna because it was the actual G-force on his head that snapped his neck. Without being too graphic,
What causes
that's
the injury? What causes the injury on the spinal column is not rotation, or sorry, not extension. So you can
Yeah.
actually lift your head all the way forward until your neck breaks and go backwards, dead straight, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's extension and rotation.
Yeah.
That's the bit. So what that hands device is designed to do is to let your head go forward to a certain point, and then it keeps straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that stops the rotation, which breaks your neck.
Yeah.
Because
You're not crazy.
extension, you can break your neck and still be alive, but it's when you move it sideways as well, when you sever that very delicate spinal cord between V3 and 5, I think it is, which are the delicate, or is V3 and 6, which are the delicate vertebrae where it goes in and through. That is the point where it stops the brain, telling the heart to pump and the lungs to expand and doing all those bits. So
Yeah.
that's how that came about, and that was developed, and that is an extremely effective way of doing it. I mean, we're all motorcyclists in this room.
Yes.
If we have an accident, the heaviest part of our body is our head, and we've put extra weight on that by adding a crash helmet to it.
Yeah.
Now, every single one.
I would object because I'm married, so the heaviest part of my body is my balls.
No, the heaviest part of your body is not your wallet or your balls. And the fact your wife is good looking, it is your head.
No,
it's not my fault you married a mill. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, it's crazy, Dad. I just realised he's put his off. So it's when the wife on the back
Anyway,
of the bike,
moving
that's
on.
the heaviest part. Yeah.
If the heaviest part of anybody's body is the head, and we put extra weight on it, and then as soon as we have an accident, it's the body that stops and the head that keeps moving. Now, the majority of deaths on motorcyclists are broken necks.
Yeah.
And that's whether we've hit something or something's hit us or whatever it is. And that's what it is. But the hands device works in such a way that it keeps, it stops the extra rotation and extension that will cause a broken neck. So it's fantastic.
I'll tell
anyway,
you, it just amazes me though now watching the Formula One and some of the accidents and how they just, because they've got built-in G meters on the car, which is why a lot of the time you see them getting carted off to the medical centre. It's because they've just registered something like about 54 G on the impact.
Yeah.
And they drag them off and, take them into the medical centre just to check them over.
I think I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that a lot of the Formula One teams, a lot of the Formula One teams don't even have wind tunnels anymore because they can simulate it on a computer. They can simulate crashes. They can simulate everything. They have all the information. They have all the data, and they can run these programs endlessly until they come up with a solution that possibly would have taken.
at their place.
Yeah, it would have possibly taken a Formula One team 10 years to come up with some of the solutions they can come up with in a year. It's frightening how fast it's accelerating.
Oh yeah, it's same with the upgrades, isn't it, on Formula One cars?
Yeah, they're almost
2
instantaneous.
2 months into the season starting, they've come up with another upgrade.
The
That's
thing
why
about
Mercedes are coming back.
But the thing about it is, Matt, what you have to understand is before, like, say for example, just say a wishbone. A wishbone in a Formula One car is carbon fiber.
Yeah.
You can print a carbon fibre wishbone in less than 12 hours. Print it.
Yeah,
So
and I bet
if you can,
probably takes it about 6 hours.
100%, if you can design it, they can print it and they can be testing it within 24 hours of somebody having the concept.
Yeah.
And then if it's wrong, they can change it, correct it, adjust it, and then 24 hours
did
later,
you see why
as opposed to
Vettel
months and months and months.
Oh, did you see why Max Verstappen did so rubbish on the British Grand Prix? He picked up a piece of debris from the AlphaTauri under the car, which is why he wasn't doing as well, because it was affecting the aero.
No, I think it's because the crowd were booing him.
Probably that as well. But there's actually a picture of him sat there with a little piece of debris from the AlphaTauri, which is the sister team of Red Bull, and he's got it in his hand, and it was wedged under the floor.
Have you heard how they reckon Red Bull and Ferrari are faster?
Yeah, with the cheating with a wooden floorboard with a flexing.
Well, they're not cheating.
Well, no, it's their interpretation of the rules, as they said.
Well, the rules only dictate a specific length of the barge board on the underside of the car that has to be rigid.
Well, it has to sort of, what is it, 1 millimeter of flex or something in that lot.
So,
and when they wrote the actual rules,
the part of the barge board that they have flexing, there's no legislation for. So technically,
well, that was the thing. When they were coming up with this new design for the cars, they actually mentioned about it, but when they actually got the paperwork for it, it wasn't mentioned in there about the flexibility and all this lot. And that's why the FIA are going, hang on a minute, we did talk about this. And they're going, well, actually, this is what you've given us.
Yeah.
And this is what it says.
The thing about it is like you look at Ferrari, you look at McLaren, you look at Williams, you look at maybe Haas, and all these other teams. The FIA bring out a set of rules. Okay. The first thing that will happen is McLaren, Haas, Ferrari and Williams will hand those rules to their lawyer, and those lawyers will scrutinise them within an inch of their life. To the point where they can say you can do this, but you can't do that, and do this, but can't do that, and so on and so forth. And that's what happens.
Well, that's when they fetched in that rule with the the rear wing on the Red Bulls flexion.
Yeah, the deflection. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, and then they suddenly started in scrutineering, checking that,
Yeah.
So, but yeah. Anyway, Simon, you've got a question there.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you,
sorry, it was sat there. You're all right.
Exit has asked the most frequent motorcycle accident issue I saw when I worked in the ambulance service. He's saying pelvis breaks. Very few.
Breasts.
Very few.
Breasts.
No.
No.
Lower leg.
Lower leg. Right. Okay.
Usually missing from the knee down.
Okay.
Femoral injuries.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your thigh muscle or your thigh bone. Pelvis, very, very rare. Neck, yes. It's all extremity injuries. If you hit something head on as a motorcycle, the first thing you do is hit the petrol tank and you go upwards. So as you hit the petrol tank and go upwards, your legs hit the handlebars.
Yeah.
And then your body hits whatever you hit. So if it happens to be a bonnet of a car, you're going straight over and you're going over. It was usually lower leg injuries, and it would be a missing lower part of the leg, usually from the knee down.
I thought the spleen was another common one.
That's common in any motor vehicle accident because the body stops, the internal organs keep going. So
yeah,
you would tear and injure a spleen in a car, motorcycle, push bike, whatever.
Where I stay, we had a guy. It's incidental what bike he rode, but it was a Harley Davidson, and a tractor was going slow on a country road, and he pulled out to overtake it, which I probably would do myself. But the tractor was turning into a field, and it had a bucket on the front of it, and it took his left leg clean off. But the tractor,
and not all motorcycle injuries are head on. A lot of them are side on.
That was a side that was because he was out.
A lot of them are side on. Somebody pulling out, you trying to avoid, and
and the tractor never.
The
tractor never braked or indicated, and they had it on camera.
I'd say the biggest killer of motorcycle injuries is blood loss.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that will be either through an extremity being lost or internal bleeding.
Now, Simon, like obviously, like being in a position where you're reaching a biker in an emergency situation, do you not think it would be a great legislation for even the United Kingdom to bring into place that every helmet had the system that they could remove the helmet without disturbing the head?
I'm going to say yes, because number one priority is the C-spine. That's your muscles between the base of your skull and the shoulders. That little lump you can feel.
Yep.
That is the most vital part of your body. Because if that breaks, then you can die. So in the case of I want to give emergency anything, I need access to anything on the face, like the mouth, for example. If you've got to flip up a helmet, it is dead easy. Guard comes up, you're in. Some helmets have emergency rip-offs in them.
Yeah, I've seen the internal tabs just under the ears.
You can pull the internal tabs, and you can take all the padding out from around the sides. Secure. Then you can get your hands in to secure the head and remove the helmet. There is also a trained way you can do this, whereas you take off the chin strap, you put your fingers and hands in to the crash helmet while somebody's securing it from the outside. So it takes two persons to do this. You put your hands into the helmet, and then you secure the head. So you get your hands in where the ears go, and the ears end up about here on your hand. So you got your fingers right around the head. And then you have secure the head, and then you roll the crash helmet off. And that's without taking the padding out.
I think it's got to be easier to get a modular helmet off as well, isn't it, in that situation?
Yeah, it'll twist off backwards a lot easier. I can stick, if you've got a modular helmet and you've got the chin guard lifted up, I can then stick my hand straight in while somebody secures the helmet. I can stick my hand straight in and get them where I need to, secure the head, and then you just literally twist off, and it's very easy. With the full face helmets, you've got the chin pads.
Yeah, the chin pads,
which are an additional problem.
There's probably a massive disparity in regards to motorbike riders that have never ridden with a, like Andy said, a modular helmet. I personally, I've ridden since 2009, and I would say I'm 50-50 with riding with modular helmets and riding with full, what you would call a full certificated helmets that can be track ridden and so on and so forth. A lot of the modular helmets, I would say, are far better. And one of the main advantages, I would say, is one they're no less safe because they have the same safety ratings.
Yeah.
But when you pull up,
tested for the chin guard and everything
exactly, and when you pull up at a traffic light, when you turn round to your mate and you can flip a helmet up and say, "All right, mate, how you doing?"
Yeah,
it makes a big difference. It's brilliant.
It's weird. I like my flip front, and I tend to find myself, if I'm sat at traffic lights and it's a hot day, I'll open it, then I'll pull off and sort of get like up to about 10 miles an hour, and then I'll drop the front down again on it, because you're getting that bit of cold air through.
Yeah.
You know, to help you cool down a bit. And that's why I like my flip front. I do
Yeah,
like it for that.
My flip front, when you open it, if you push it again, it locks back.
Yeah.
You can actually ride with it up.
Yeah.
If they
Oh,
don't
right.
lock, it's illegal to ride with them up. And you see all these lads on their pizza bikes and their 125s riding around with their flip up, with their
Yeah.
cheap helmets, you know, and
Yeah.
it's just like one jolt and that's fallen down, and it can fall down in your eye line. They
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
to lock.
Yeah, mine locks. I've got a
We
Neo
use Chewies, and they're brilliant.
Yeah.
A lot
I've
of
got a
money. but-
Shoei. I've got a Shoei Neotech, and that locks up.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
you do have to sort of tug it a bit.
The original Chewy Neotech, the first one, hasn't got a lock on it. That just pushes up and locks in place. The Neotech 2, they've actually got a second lock. You actually push it harder and it locks.
Oh, right. Well, I know mine locks in place when I'm riding.
What it does, it clips up, but it doesn't actually lock.
Right.
They redesigned it with the Neotech 2, so it does lock.
Yeah, right. I didn't know that. Well, I know I go up to about 10 mile an hour and then just drop it down again. You know.
Yeah,
Then I'm starting picking flies out my teeth any faster. You know.
Yeah, if I pull up in a town or something like that, then I'll flip it up and just leave it up.
Yeah.
But if I've got a camera on it, you sure as hell can't, because it's too frigging heavy. You know yourself there, when you've got a camera mounted to that chin.
Yeah.
It's a massive weight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't have that problem because mine's on top of my head. So
that is a good question, Simon. I know you're looking at it just now, but did it slow you down?
There's two questions from Exeter that I've had that I want to answer. Once working for the ambulance service, did that push me towards wanting to do the advanced riding? No, it didn't. I've always done some form of advanced something, because even driving a car, I sort of said to myself, I got into a few close accidents when we were younger, like we all do, and I'm like, well, how can I make it so I can see these things earlier and avoid them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I started doing the advanced driving, which led me into the ambulance service and everything else. And then when I moved on to motorcycles, it was like a natural progression. It's sort of like, I know I'm safe, and everything I'm doing, even if I'm doing it wrong, I'm doing it within my parameters.
What you mean, riding towards line dips and Audis, that sort of wrong?
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Well, that's what I said.
We all make mistakes, and they happen once every so often. So
Well,
yeah, I'll put my hands up to that. That was my mistake.
I've said that before to you, Simon. Sorry to put in. Because I used to drive for a living and did a load of distance. I found a lot of my long distance driving skills flicked over to my motorbike skills of like looking 6 or 8 cars in front and things like that. You know, it just naturally came over. So, well, anyway, sorry, Simon.
Anyway, so no, that didn't push me towards doing advanced riding. I just thought, how much better can I be? How can I improve and improve my chances of not being? It's not being in the accident. It's avoiding the accident before it happens.
Yeah.
So it's recognition. It's recognizing, and it's looking further ahead.
Yeah.
And it's being more aware. But it's also, it comes with experience. It's being more predictive.
Yeah.
It's like you'll see some of my videos about people on their phone. Well, I know they're on their phone before I even get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can tell by what the car's doing, and
you can feel it. You can feel
it.
Yeah.
It's like a sixth sense, but it's not a sixth sense. It's because you've been doing it so long. You recognise those little things.
Yeah.
The little movement of the car, the little something, the way the driver's sitting in their seat. Because I'm not looking at the car, I'm looking into the car.
But then here's the thing as well, Simon, is like there's a massive thing in Scotland just now with regards to the IAM's courses in Scotland, and that is that one of the biggest IAMs, is it not an instructor, but one of the most qualified, I would state, IAM's students has been alienated and extricated from the IAM's community Basically, because he posted a vlog stating that he felt that the IAM's courses that he had been on has worsened his riding skills as opposed to improve them.
Can I be completely honest now? There's two advanced things. There's IAM and there's ROSPA. I've done both. And while I was instructing and I was taking lessons as an advanced rider, I decided, right, I'm going to go for an assessment with both. So they don't know me. They don't know me from Adam. I'm going to go for an IAM assessment on my bike, and I'm going to go for a ROSPA assessment on my bike. I went out for a day with the IAM guy, and I said, right, how did I do? And he went, oh, no, you're really good. You're really safe rider and blah, blah, blah. He blew smoke up my arse. And I was like, well, I know I didn't do that good. So, and then I went for a day with a ROSPA guy, and the ROSPA guy tore me a new arsehole at the end of the day.
Yep.
And I went, that's what I want.
Yeah.
I want the style, the technique. I want everything to tell me I'm shit. You got to do this. You got to do that. That's what I want.
Yeah.
The IAM guy were blowing smoke up my arse because they wanted £150 a year off me. They wanted me to pay this much subscribe. They want me to subscribe to this, and it's going to cost me this much to take my test. The ROSPA guy said, well, this costs me nothing. It costs you nothing for the day. You know, if you want, you can contribute to my fuel, which I did. I filled his tank up. I must admit it was before it was £2 a litre, but there you go.
Yeah.
So I filled his tank up. I bought him a coffee, and you know, we had a really good day out. And we had an 8-hour ride, and that guy even turned around to me and he put radio comms on me. And at one point during that ride, he turned around and said, "Okay, you're tired now because you've made a couple of mistakes. I'm going to take over. Follow me." And he was that sort of recognition level, and I thought, well, do you know what? That is the level I want.
Yeah.
I don't want somebody that's going to sell me something. I want somebody that's going to teach me something.
Yeah, 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 100%.
It was far cheaper to go the ROSPA way, and that's the
difference, and that's what people need to realize, and that's what people need to appreciate. It's like just because
I've been in the last day, you ain't going to see it. I don't think. Yeah, that is where I've travelled. Are you going to pick up on a camera? No.
No, I ain't going to show it, mate. It's white.
And that's porn.
No, the camera's blurring it out. It's white.
Yeah. It's quite funny, the places that I visited in the last 4 months on the old timeline. I'll send it to you, Si, see if you can...
Yeah.
The only thing what worries me with tracker things like that on your bike is is it on your Google? Well, I was going to say, because the thing what worries me with stuff like that is if you get into an accident or something.
My bike's tracked. My bike's tracked by BMW. It's tracked by the tracker company, and it's tracked on the app on the phone.
Yeah, but this is
exactly where I am, exactly what speed, what G's I'm pulling, everything.
Yeah, this is the thing. You know, if you have an accident or anything, and the police start looking into it and go, well, actually,
that's the least of my worries if I have an accident.
Yeah, well, yeah, true. Because they started doing that with bloody cars, haven't they? I've watched that bloody crash investigation program.
No, but the thing about it is as well, Matt, is like I know a lot of boys. We've got a lot of apprentices, engineers that are 17 that have passed their test. That buy a tracker for their car, and instead of paying £1,500 a month,
it drops it.
a year, they're paying £1,000.
Yeah,
and as long as they stay within between 9 and 10. And a score when it comes to every time they drive, they will get a discount on their insurance.
Yeah,
and it's invaluable because it's Big Brother, and it's Big Brother in the right way. I can appreciate where you're coming from. You don't want people to be watching how you're driving, so on and so forth. But what I would say was, if you're out in the middle of nowhere and you come off a road that you maybe not have no signal, but your bike does, and it can
Yeah.
send somebody to help you recover.
Oh, I agree
you.
with something like that. With an SOS system,
That's
but I wouldn't
invaluable.
like to be tracked 24/7. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
but
If
that's
you've
what
got
I
a
think.
mobile phone, you're tracked
Yeah.
anyway, so it
well,
doesn't
yeah,
matter.
it's true. Yeah.
You know,
Well,
the GS has got the SOS on it, and that's a
Yeah.
standalone system. If the bike goes over and you don't cancel it, the emergency services are sent to your local.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you in that aspect, but because you've seen the thing what they're also introducing with the new cars with that speed zone recognition, where it's going to restrict your car to like 30 mile an hour
Well,
if you're in a 30 and things like that.
see, the thing about it is like I said all along, I actually was talking to somebody last week, and every car has sat nav built in. Sat nav.
Yeah.
Now that sat nav comes up
Where you
and
are
it
and what you're doing.
flashes. It flashes in front of you, 30 mile an hour zone. Right. So for a sat nav to flash 30 miles an hour zone, just say for example, it has to flash that, and that creates a voltage. Why can that voltage not govern your speed?
Well, they're on about with the newer cars where it will flash up on the dashboard directly in front of you rather than on the sat nav what speed limit it is. And it will restrict the car to that speed limit, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. But it's this big brother's watching you thing, you know, George Orwell thing, you know. Well, like you say, we're all carrying mobile in the pockets, you know.
Exactly.
So,
It's like I'll tell you right now. It's like my mobile phone is sitting next to me, right? It's powered off. It's not even powered up.
Fucking hell, Andy.
It's sitting. Oh, it's just a little.
You're a slut.
It's powered off. It's got nothing on it, right? But I can guarantee you that something that we've spoke about in this live stream, when I switch this phone on and I go into Facebook, Google, or something, my phone will direct me towards whether it's hybrid cars, electric cars, electric bikes. It'll do something.
NaughtyNuns.com.
It'll do something, because I don't know if you've ever see Amazon have the Amazon Ring. Do you know what that is with the doorbells?
Yeah, I've got three.
Yeah.
Right. So Amazon basically Amazon are one of the biggest data collectors in the world with regards to electronic information, and the police at any time can contact, if they know that any resident has an Amazon Ring doorbell, they can contact Amazon and request footage from that camera. And the thing about it, it's like I've seen, there was a documentary, it was Panorama, about Amazon and about data collection, and it was two neighbours. One neighbour had Amazon Ring on their doorbell, and the two of them were leaning over the fence, and the neighbour just happened to say, I need a new lawnmower because my grass is getting a bit. And when he went into Google, the first thing that came up was lawnmowers.
Yeah.
They have what is called a sniffer program. And it can listen into microphones. It can listen into what's getting said and prompt the user with regards to what you see on your phone. Now you might think it's like you think of how many households have Alexa? I don't. I personally don't, because I wouldn't have one in my house. But how many?
I've got 5.
I've got one.
Right. Okay. So
I'll tell it to fuck off every night.
But every one of those devices has sniffer programs that are listening to
that's true.
They're not listening to everything. It's keywords. They're listening to keywords. So every time you log on to anything, the marketing, the advertising is targeted specifically to you. So if you are thinking about a new car, you're thinking about buying a new lawnmower because your grass needs cut, that's the advertising you're going to get targeted with. And they know that. It's
But I'll tell you what, every night I say I'm looking for the next next 6 winning lottery numbers, and she never comes up with it. So. But I'm going to answer Exeter's question from earlier. It was sitting on the screen ages. Did working for the ambulance service ever slow me down? No, it didn't. But what it did, and through the advanced riding, it made me look at my riding, and it made me examine myself. Now, I did it today, and I did a route that I usually do very, very quickly, very, very quickly today. But what I did was, and I decided, right, I'm going to analyze what I'm doing. And as I pulled up to do an overtake, you move to position 3 or position 9, whatever it is you want to call it, and you look at an overtake. But before you look at the overtake, you look at where can I fit in amongst this string of cars?
Yeah.
There's a big gap 2 cars down, and then you look at what's coming, and can I make it there before that car arrives? And you do it. You do what's called a mobile risk assessment. So you're continuously risk assessing, and can I make this? Can I do that? The last thing you want to do is be doing an overtake and then try and pull in between 2 cars where there isn't a gap.
Yeah.
So you're looking for a landing zone every time.
Yeah.
So that's what you're doing when you're looking down a string of cars. And as it happened today, there was the landing zone was everywhere I could make the overtake.
Yeah.
And the speed limit was 60. Everything was traveling at 50. I did take it up to 70 for some of the overtakes because I thought I'm going to need a little bit of squirt on to reach that landing zone. But every landing zone I reached was well before the car coming towards me had to brake or slow down or do anything. So
Simon, I think it was 1, maybe 2 videos that previously that I did. I think I was going up a Lochside, and like just exactly what you've said was exactly the way I rode. It was I looked for an overtaking opportunity, and like I would maybe see 2 or 3 corners, and I would know, right, if I get out now, I'm safe for three or 4 corners, which maybe equated to 50 yards.
Yeah.
Which, you know, in the GTR or the ZZR, that's more than enough. But it was enough for me to. What I would do is as long as I knew I could speed match the car at the front of the queue and get in safely, that's when I would commit. I could honestly say that every time that I made any sort of maneuver, there wasn't any car that was braking behind me.
Yeah.
Because I was in the space, always gaining. I was creating more space as soon as I got into the space, and then I was looking for the next opportunity and back out again, and so on and so forth. So what?
And I'm gonna come back on Exeter now. I've got to do this now, right? Because this is my video. I nearly fucked up. Yeah, this is my, and I did nearly fuck up.
Yeah, there is something in the highway code about it, you know, Simon.
Yeah, I know. Shut up. I'm going to explain. Okay, right. That is a piece of road I've used regularly. Always used it. And every time I've used that piece of road, when I'm approaching and I'm looking for an overtake, there's a warning sign for a dip. So I know there's a dip there. And as soon as you get to that piece of road, you start looking at the piece of high ground on the other side of the dip in the road. And as you approach, your vision goes down.
Yeah.
And you can see more and more of that dip. And I'm seeing no vehicle, no vehicle, no vehicle, no vehicle, no vehicle, all the way to the point where I believe I've reached the bottom of that dip.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I've not seen any car in any point of that dip. Now, at some point, I would have seen the back of a car, the top of a van, and the bonnet. Something I would have seen something as that dip was rolling down, because your vision's expanding like that. My vision was expanding. I couldn't see anything. I was totally convinced there was no car there. Now, as I pulled out to overtake, as the hill goes down, there is a little extra dip in the road. As I pulled out to overtake, that Audi was in that extra dip of the road. So as my vision was going down, the back of his car must have been there. It was like a perfect storm. That's the only way I could describe it, because I know that piece of road very well.
Simon, can I just Can
So
I
new
just
Audi, that's self Audi.
obviously, like you and myself, Andy, and Matt, we ride with cameras on, so
Yeah.
you show what you see.
Yeah.
How many times have you actually shown on video a time where you decided not to commit to an overtake?
Never.
Right. So
I
there.
can honestly
So there. You've only ever shown times that you've committed to an overtake, and so have I. But there's been 1,000,000 times that I've never shown the point that I never committed to an overtake, and I was justified with my decision with what came the other way.
Mm,
And you don't do it because
just say
but
something?
you probably should, because it would probably be a good learning experience to say this is the reason why.
I decided to put it on YouTube, and I got told I was very brave, and I'm going to get in for some slagging for it. And yes, I did. Yes, I did. But it was a learnable point because, I mean, even for me, if that car had not been a very small Audi A4, if it had been a slightly taller SUV, at some point I would have seen the roof.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's
the
whole thing. See, the thing about it is see if one person can learn from it, then that's possibly one person that's going home to their loved one that wouldn't have normally done so if they hadn't seen that video, and then that justifies you posting that video in the first place. So hats off to you. So well done.
Can I just say something? There's a reason why I don't show me overtaking anything. I ain't got the power to.
yeah, you can't do it.
The only thing I overtake is a bloody.
It did get shared on a large accident. I wannabe channel, Dirt Bike Lunatics, I think it was.
Oh yeah, one of these crash bank wallop channels. Yeah.
Yeah, he asked if he could use it. I said yes, and when he shared it, he told me he did. I went and had a look, and I was scrolling through the comments, and someone said Simon GTR. Oh well, that was a bit bad, you know. So I commented, yeah, honest mistake, my fault. Put my hands up, blah blah blah. And someone else commented, something about you're making us Brits look bad. And by the way, Simon, it's 1400 GTR, not GTR 1400. So I said, right, okay. Mine says GTR 1400 on the side. If yours says 1400 GTR on the side, you must have a Chinese copy. John thought I'm gonna wind this person up because this person is obviously a keyboard warrior. And this person replied, said, I've got two GTR, I've got two of them, and they both say 1400 GTR on the side. You must have the Chinese copy. I said, no, if you take a picture of your bike, put your nose close to the screen and say gullible slowly, it will sound like orange. And they never replied, so that was fun.
Well, I made mistakes. I made one the other night. It's actually on my video if you watch Waterborough. Coming up to that mini Ireland, there was a car what decided.
Sorry.
Yeah. I went to turn right at the mini island. The car decided he was going to go straight over. So as he was coming over the island, I decided I'm going to pull out and start going right. And then the bloody twat who was on my right, who was turning right, who I should have given way to, started pulling out on me. So I had to slam on the brakes. And that's my own fault because I thought, I can sneak through that, you know.
Yeah.
Well, that was just a silly sort of like me thinking, oh, yeah, I can sneak through there quickly. Well, that's why I speeded the video up a bit. So you couldn't see it happening because you actually hear me swearing. You actually hear me effing on the original footage. I'm effing and blinding at myself for being a twat for doing it. You know. And I'm also having a go about the car driver.
Another thing someone said was during that video they didn't hear me say a word. Well, no, of course I didn't. I was fucking busy at the time.
Yeah.
And I've got to be honest. I've gone through my stage of calling drivers cunts and and being angry and swearing oh shit, and I've gone through my stage of that because we all do that stage.
I had a video, and it would have been brilliant other than one thing. I never had a memory card in my camera at the time. Rule number 1. But anyway, I was going round the
I got a rule number 2 for that because I did it coming back from the H Cafe when we turned Red Bomb's camera upside down. I was taking the piss out of him for keep leaving his fucking indicator on, and I never switched mine on.
So I'm heading towards a roundabout, and I'm talking away, and I was in full flow, and it was great. And I was turning right, so I'm going right, and then I'm heading straight. So as I was turning right, I'm full lean. And the way this roundabout is shaped, this roundabout goes from you come onto the roundabout and it's marked that you're in the inside lane. Halfway around the roundabout, the white lines actually direct you to the outside of the roundabout.
Yeah.
So you have to go to the outside and then back in and then round. So that's what I did. So I'm full lean. And I'm looking at the entrance because I know what's going to happen, because they're going to think that I'm going straight on because of even the angle, the attitude of the bike. So I'm looking at her, and she's looking straight at me, and she comes straight onto the roundabout. And I knew it was happening, and I was able to stand the bike up, go around the back of her, and away. I stopped, I turned round, and I headed after her. And I stopped because she stopped. And I said, "Are you okay?" And she said, "I nearly knocked you off your bike." I said, "I know, but did you understand what had happened?" Yeah. I said, "Well, that's it. Just look out for us." I said, "But
yeah."
He says, "We're on the." I said, "That's fine. It never happened. The accident never happened, but it could have happened. I'm okay as long as you're okay. Then it makes. Do you know? I would have loved. I'd have loved it to be on the camera so as everyone could have seen that it doesn't necessarily always take this AMF,
Right.
blah blah blah."
If you go on my YouTube page, the pinned video is almost hit me. Where it's a guy that pulls out of a junction from my right, and yes, I should have noticed it approaching, but I never did.
Yeah.
And he pulled out, he almost hit the back of me, and it got me all shook up actually. I said, "Fuck me, that was close." And I stopped and I waved him up next to me. And the first thing I said to him, I said, "Are you all right?"
No.
And he said, yeah, mate, I'm all right. You all right? I said, "Yeah, I almost shit myself."
Yeah. I had one last year, and it was like the basic bikers were running a camping weekend, and I was heading towards it, and I was heading on a straight, and I just come over. I wasn't just over the brow of a hill, but I was over the brow of the hill, and there was a turning. I could see it about maybe 40 meters up the road on the right hand side, and I'm looking at the cars. There's 2 cars. And then I had a feeling I was like, that first car's going for it. So I'm already looking up the road and I'm saying, if that goes for it, I'm out and I'm by it. I'm gone because I'm clear. So I already had that in my mind. So the first car came out, fully expected. So 20 meters up the road, obviously, because of my speed, the second car decided that it was going to follow the first car. So my vlog, I'm effing and jeffing, and I'm looking at that and I'm shaking, and like I couldn't believe, because there's no way on God's earth that the person that was driving that car could not have seen me. Simon, you know what? Even a basic standard ZZR, the way it's lit up, you know what that bike is instantly visible.
Yeah.
And they're telling me at 20 yards when they looked, they couldn't see my bike. It was crazy. I was
didn't look because I wasn't looking. Yeah.
No, That was it. They just went, oh, he's went, I'm going. They've not even checked because
I'll
what
tell
they
you, go on.
not what I was going to say was, in my opinion, what they've done is thought to themselves, they've thought it's clear, so I'm going. They've not even checked themselves. They've just committed because the other car's committed.
What I say is, people look without looking, and a perfect example that would be, how many times have you picked up your phone? Because none of us wear watches anymore. How many times have you picked up your phone to look at the time and noticed the notification and looked at that instead of the time, and then put your phone down and gone, oh, what is the time? And pick your phone up again. Because I guarantee everybody does that.
You see, I very rarely use my rag nowadays when I'm driving. It has to be something really
Not
bad
worth
for me to. Well, it has to be something my missus knows. If I stop ranting and raving at somebody, it's because it's like they've come within an inch of like hitting me. And I think a lot of it comes with old age as well. You sort of think, oh, I can't be arsed a lot of the time, and you just get on and go with it. But if it's, a close call, then yeah, I'll rant and rave at them, Well,
If somebody's pushed me to the edge of danger, that means that
Yeah.
if I'm riding safe,
yeah,
what I would class as safe, it's like not my safe might not be someone else's safe. I fully understand, appreciate.
well, yeah,
that,
I know. You're
I
riding
feel
within
as if
your,
I'm
Yeah,
riding within
your
my
limits.
capabilities.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that might not be somebody else's, and I fully appreciate that. But
Yeah.
I have certain standards, and if I feel as if somebody else has fell out with that, with regards to driving when I'm riding my bike, I will certainly let them know.
Oh yeah.
My instructor, who I have, he was a police officer for the Met. I think it was Manchester, the Manchester Metropolitan Police, and he came up to Scotland, and he always said that look at the car's front wheels.
Wheels, yeah. I was
The
told
the front wheels of a car will always tell you what
Yeah.
the car's doing. Because don't look at their faces, because they might be looking at you, but they don't necessarily see you.
Can see you, yeah.
And that always
that's-
stuck with me.
That was one thing I've
Tell you what
always
stuck
changed.
with me on that. It's not the rotation of the wheels. If you look at the vehicle itself, so you're looking at the bigger picture, you're not trying to study the wheels. You're looking at the whole car. As you're approaching a car at a junction, the background of that car will be moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that car starts to move, the background around that car stops moving.
Yeah.
That's your alert. That is, and rather than try and study the wheel and see if the wheel's turning, look at the whole silhouette of the car, which is much easier to look at in your peripheral vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at that car in your peripheral vision and the background is moving because the car's stationary, but background is doing it.
It's a fair point.
But if that car starts moving, the background stays stationary behind it.
Yeah.
That's the alert. And that is much easier to pick up rather than a wheel rotating.
But I was about to say, that's one thing I did, and I still remember from when I did my CBT, we were told on that to not look at the driver, look at the car.
Yeah.
That was one good thing I got,
Definitely.
but I do that. But the weird thing is, it's like I say, it's a lot of my long distance driving skills in cars has transferred across onto the bike. And I used to do that anyway in the car, you know what I mean? It's just the thing. So, evening, Roland.
But the thing about it is, Matt, see if Betty's doing that.
Yeah.
In the car, just like.
But the weird thing is, I don't know whether it's like if you ride around your local area and that, you know certain roads and you know where certain things are.
Of course.
You know, it's like there's a traffic island near me, and I know that there is the far right hand lane is the right turn only lane. But what happens is, as you go in the island, the middle lane, the people in the middle lane think they can come across onto your lane where you are. So I always know that when I'm going around the island, I'm looking to my left in the left mirror because I'm waiting for the twat to come across, and sideswipe me. You know what I mean? Because he's in the wrong bloody lane, And like you say, there is certain roads where you know where the sort of like the twats can come out from, and things like that. So you're a bit more wary about it. But like I say, the other thing as well is you don't want to relax too much when you're near from home because you always say an accident happens 5 minutes from your own house.
I don't relax any time I'm
No, I don't. Not when I'm on the bike. It's different when I'm in the car, but not when I'm on the bike.
I always ride with the mindset of who's going to kill me next. That's the game I play. And that
every car driver and every other vehicle user is an assassin.
But the game that I play might even extend to the fact that my wife might kill me because I've been out too long as well.
That'll happen. I've been there.
Where the hell was
you? As I walked through the door. Shit, sorry, mate.
There's extra.
I've got to shoot, guys.
Not extra. So.
I'll catch you all.
Andy.
Cheers, Andy.
Hey, Andy, all the best, man.
See you later, mate.
Take care, buddy.
Again.
All the best.
Cheers, Andy. So, good morning, Roland. Sorry, not good evening. It's morning there, isn't it?
Well, it's morning here and all now. It's gone midnight. So
was it?
Fucking hell, we've been on 2 hours 40 minutes already. Yeah, get in there.
I was going to say Rev Bomb was a bit short tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It has been said before.
Even his wife says that. But
he wasn't on very long tonight. I did like that LSN though, what he did the review on. I did like that thing.
When say there's a difference between the two live streams, and I'm going to say it, and I'll say it to Red Bomb as well. Red Bomb, when he comes on, he's got an agenda.
Yeah.
He's got stuff he wants to get through, and he's got stuff he's got want to get done because it promotes his job and his business.
He's advertising.
He's promoting him.
When I come on, as like I said to you earlier, Zed, when I come on, I'm just here for a chat, and we will do whatever we want to do. And if you want to take the live stream in a totally different direction, you do it. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
As long as we're chatting and we're getting on, and we are doing what we're doing.
See the thing about it isn't, and like if Rev comes up in August, I will say it to him as well. That's one of the main reasons why I've started skipping his stream, is the fact that it's just he's advertising bikes and like.
Well, he's doing what his job.
No, I fully appreciate
it. And I've got no problem with that. Yeah,
no, not at all.
Yeah,
I fully
appreciate.
I've
got any problem against that. He's trying to promote his job. He's trying to promote his sales. He's trying to promote what he does. That's fine, and I will jump on. But as soon as he starts talking about the specifics of what a Lex motor will do or whatever,
but it's and it's the fact that every Lex motor is great and so on. It's like, right, okay, now. As like I say, as a person, Rev Bomb, absolutely fantastic.
Lovely guy.
A lot of time for him, and like, and obviously, like, other than the streams, we're messaging each other and so on and so forth. But it's like when it comes to live streams, it's like it becomes very, very hard to support when you're jumping on and all you're listening to is this is the latest bike that we're selling and blah blah blah. Like you say, it's like it becomes a sort of promotional thing. I fully appreciate.
I think also a lot of that is Lex Moto do point you towards his videos, and is it Spicy? He does reviews on them as well.
See the thing about it is like his whole channel is now directed towards review videos of a specific genre of bikes. So if anything was to happen in the future, which it may do with him, he'll be very, very hard pushed to move away from the genre that he's in, which is review videos. But
It's not his fault. Yeah, but I mean, I've got to say, my live streams, you come on, you can talk about what the fuck you want, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty honest with that. And if you want to promote fucking electric bikes, you do it. I don't care. I'm not going to fucking support it, but and we had an honest discussion.
But you know yourself, Simon, is like, and I've said it to you, and I always thank you for being allowed onto your live streams. One of the main things about coming onto your live streams is the open and frank discussion, because it's just like a couple of mates just sitting in a room shooting the breeze.
It's like being down the
I'm
pub,
going to be completely honest with you now. I'm going to say, if I think you're talking shit and you're bullshitter and you're acting like a cunt, I'm going to tell you. And not only I will,
I wouldn't expect
watching watching will.
But I wouldn't expect anything less. No. And that's the thing.
See,
and
coming on,
and I think the honesty of I'm going to touch on something here, because I think it's the honesty of my channel and my promotion and the way I've done myself, which is doing what it's doing to my channel now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm completely honest, and I'll tell you what, I may agree with you, I may not. But I'll respect your decision and we'll move on. And
well, that's it. It's mutual respect between everybody. So, well, as Zed's just said, it's like going down to the pub on Simon's live stream to me, and getting together with your mates and talking about putting the world to rights, sort of thing, as you do.
Yeah, the only thing is, we're going down the pub on my live stream. MT, you've never bought around yet.
I know you're tight ass.
To be honest, I think I've only actually been drunk once on one of your live streams, Simon, because I don't drink that often. That's the thing. I'm not. Well, I can take it and leave it. Yeah.
But no, I'm pulling your leg. But I know. The one thing I always said to myself when I started my YouTube and everything else, and someone gave me a little bit of advice, and they said, "Be honest."
Yeah, just be yourself and be honest. That's what I do.
And I thought to myself, all right, I'm going to take that little nugget. That's the only bit of advice when I started YouTubing I got, was be honest.
Yeah.
Because someone will call you on it. Because if you say something bullshit online, someone's going to look it up and go, actually, you're a fucking liar. And you're fucked.
But it's like,
and I said, you know what, I'm just going to do that. And all my videos of me sitting on my bike talking bollocks, I'll do a 360 video, I'll do this, I'll do that, and whatever. And it's something I've just done it.
See, the thing about it is as well, it's like, it's like you think of how many hours, just between you and I, Simon, how many hours we've done live streaming. Now, there's been a myriad of conversations had within those hours, and we've talked about a whole range of subjects. Now, I may have at some point come in and said, well, funnily enough, and come out with some sort of statistic or some sort of range of information that I felt that I've knew and I've been passionate about at that circumstance, that somebody else maybe later on looks at and goes, you know what, he was talking crap. I would take that in the chin and I would say, you know what, I'll stand corrected. That's what I thought at the time, and that's why I was passionate about saying it. But if you're telling me that that's information, that's fair enough. I'm not a shallow enough person to believe everything that I say is the gospel. No. I have my own experiences within life and within society. You've researched your information in life. I've done exactly the same, and we all interpret it in a different way. So if your interpretation is different to mine, I want to listen to yours. I want to hear how yours goes, because it might change my opinion, but I might change yours as well. So That's for the
Yeah.
greater good of everything, isn't it? At the end of the
But
day.
I'll have you know, I'm bloody minded. My opinion will not be changed. I hate electric bikes. No,
So,
no,
right,
I'll
Matt,
get you
Matt,
totally. And I'll
Matt,
get you totally. And
no,
everything I do is from the heart.
yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Everything I do is from the heart, and it's how I feel.
But
Well,
that's
it's like
And can that come across in your camera, even if you're just sitting on your bike talking bollocks,
yeah.
as I call it?
But it's
I
like my
think it
last
can.
video.
I think it can.
it can.
It's like my last video. I didn't talk much on it because I was just too busy enjoying the bloody ride.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't feel like talking. I was just like, hello, it's me. I'm here. I'm going there. And, you know, and I was just too busy enjoying my ride. I didn't really feel like sort of saying much, you know. I was just sort of like, yeah, I'm out. I'm going to a bike meet. I'm just going to enjoy myself, you know. So,
Right, so like my first channel, which was incidentally Zhead Motor Vlogs, I had over 800 and whatever subscribers in my first channel, and I stopped it because I didn't like the way the channel was going. But obviously, 800 odd subscribers, you kind of attract helmet manufacturers and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So I had a few that approached me. Would you review? Would you test our helmets? Would you do this? Would you do that? Yes, by all means, I will. And I found it very difficult. One, because they're giving you a helmet and you're sending them an email back saying, listen, see when I'm finished with this helmet, what do you want done with it? Throw it in the bin.
Yeah.
Do what you want with it. And I'm saying, okay, right, okay, so I understand that, right, okay, you've given me a helmet, you don't want it back, okay, right, so I'm going to review it. I don't like it. How do I review it?
Yeah.
How do I, because I'm integrally trying to be honest to my community and say to them, don't buy this helmet. But
No,
what happens if that helmet manufacturer brings out the best helmet that was ever manufactured, the helmet after the one that I've absolutely slated?
Yeah. I won't be able to do that. You know, somebody sent me something and went,
That is
hard.
the dilemma I've got with zero motorcycles. asking
I
me to
know
test
it
my-
is.
one of my
I know
fucking
it is,
bikes.
Simon. I know it is. That's why I brought it up. I know it is because
you can't be brutally honest about it, can you? Because you feel
No,
a
I
bit
can.
well,
I can,
you
and I
will,
will.
but you know, you sort of part of you, like you say, part of you feels like, you know, what do I sort of say, you know?
you will be.
The first line of the vlog I know is going to say, "Thank you to whoever
Yeah,
for letting me test ride this bike. This is
yeah,
my honest review."
You will not be able to slate it on power. You will not be able to slate it on performance. You possibly might be able to charging. You might be able to slate it on infrastructure, but when it comes to the bike, how it handles, how it rides,
yeah.
how
long's the
fast
main
it
thing?
is,
Yeah.
it's going to be tick, 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 tick.
It will. It will. It will. I know it will. I know it will.
Yep.
Because it will do.
Yeah.
It will tick those boxes. I know it will.
And a big but,
But there's
Simon,
the big but.
Big but is the fact that people know your view on electric bikes. So when
Bikes,
you
yeah.
turn round and you give such a open, and I know it's going to be honest, 100%, and it will be frank, because I know that if you don't like it, you're going to say that you don't. If you like it, you are going to say that you like it, whether it's electric or not, because irrespective of whatever your opinions are, I know that if you like a bike, you are going to say that you do. So there are compromises to be made, but my opinion is that when you review that, it's going to have more weight than somebody that is just sitting there for the next bike to come out and the next big manufacturer to say, we've got a bike for you to try because we know you're going to love it. Because every other review that you've ever given, you've loved every bike you've ridden. It's great. It's this, it's that. No. Simon, it's a zero bike. Hammer them on the charging. See if it's a great bike. Tell them it's a great bike, and I know you will, right? If it's power, it's got all the power you thought it would have and more. Tell them. If it's got the better handling than any super bike you've had, tell them that as well. See, when it comes to charging, tell them I don't understand where you're coming from. Where do we charge it? Where do we plug this bloody thing in?
Yeah, mains leads a lot.
And I know you will. I know you will.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to do a good job of it as well.
And the mains leads are not long enough. Yeah.
Firmly believe it. And I
The
think
mains lead ain't long enough.
Aye, but I think that's why they've given you the opportunity to do it. I honestly do.
I think
I don't know. I really do not want to throw my leg across one and use it.
See at the end of the day, Simon, somebody has been watching your channel.
Yeah.
Somebody
has been. I don't care what anyone says. They know your opinion, and they're sitting. No, well, that's it. They're sitting there like, "Ah, right, Tom Cruise. How do we get him in here now?" It's like, give him the electric bike.
The thing is,
give him the electric one.
The thing is, they're going to be quick off with the mark than a petrol bike and things like that because of the bloody torque out of the motors and that. They are going to be good.
Yeah.
What lets them down is the range.
But that's just the thing. They've told me the information I've been sent is 227-mile range.
Yep.
That's a good range on my GTR.
Simon.
Yeah. That is a good range, actually.
54-minute charge.
Right.
But still not as good as the range as my 125.
Simon, there's two bits of information there that you've just given, right? Mm-hmm. See the vlog that you do on that bike?
Yeah.
You have to travel 14 miles.
Yeah.
And you have to charge it within 54 minutes. And then do your review.
Yeah, real world.
Because they've given you the specs saying it can do it. Yeah. You tell them whether it can or not.
Yeah.
And that's the vlog right there. But I would say within that 180 miles that you are going to get, you're still going to bloody love the bike.
And I'm gonna land in the middle of fucking nowhere with no charger. Yeah.
Just carry a petrol generator around with you, Simon. Like that bloke in
Fuck the electric.
But no, it's like extra. He does the reviews, like I said. His comment there. It's got to be hard when a company goes, try our bike and do a review on it, and then you think to yourself, like you say, you think to yourself, well, actually, this bike's a piece of shit. Well, the next bike they brought out is probably the best thing since sliced bread. Well, they're not going to turn around and go to you, here you go, try this one. This is a newer model, because you've already given it a bad review, sort of thing.
That's just it. It's like the last, like I say, my last channel was the same name, but I retained the name through Google. All I did was shut my channel down.
Yeah,
didn't allow anyone to view it, and then I changed it and I rebranded it, and then I launched it again. But I zeroed my subscriber count. So I started
anyway, if there's any company out there wants me to try their decaf coffee, feel free to say some samples. I only drink decaf, not full fat.
So basically, in that period, I tried the Royal Enfield Himalayan. I tried the Benelli. There was a few Benellis that I tried, and it was all from the one bike shop. And I felt as if it was like they were using me as a conduit to YouTube.
Yeah,
I felt as if they were basically saying, "No, take the bike out and test ride it."
Yeah.
But they were using me as a conduit to say this bike's great. You can get it from X,
You
Y,
see-
and Z, and like it can do this. It can ABS that, and no,
Yeah.
that's
You see, it's like I keep thinking about doing a review of my Michigan, from an owner's point of view.
yeah,
sort
but
of
you
thing.
should, because an owner's different than you're different.
Yeah,
You've paid
but
the
there's
money.
so
I've
many
not.
reviews out there. You know what I mean on it. Well,
So how many, Matt? How many years have you owned the Michigan?
it'll be 2 years this year.
So you've probably got more knowledge about it than somebody
Yeah.
who's test riding it for half an hour or an hour and handing it back to a bike shop.
Because to be honest, it is a bloody good bike. It's never let me down, apart from the battery terminal falling off, but that was an easy fix.
Yeah.
Every time I go out to it, it fires up straight away and it goes. So I might do.
And he's
I
filled
might
up
do an
the
honest
tank
review
3
on it.
times in 2 years.
Yeah. Well, it's because it's bloody good on fuel. Honestly, it really, really is.
That's because Mother Teresa rides it more than you.
Probably, yeah. But no, it is good on fuel. But it is a good little bike. I do like it.
Yeah.
And from my point of view, it is a great for
I've just caught Corona.
yeah. But it's a
Good
great
on you.
first bike if you like
Yeah.
that style. You know what I mean? It's like my daughter; she wants an LXR, the sports version. The sports bike. I actually like that LSN. What Red Bomb's just done the review on, because I did like that when I saw it when it came out. But I do like the Michigan. I do like the style of the Michigan. I do like its riding position and everything.
Yeah.
It is a good little bike. And for me, it's brilliant. So, yeah, it is. Extra. I was going to say you had the Cineas Hoodlum, didn't you? And the only problem you had with that was the exhaust. Because it had got that bloody different can on it. But it is a good little bike. I do
I'll
like
tell you what,
it.
MT, do a review on it and send it
Yeah.
to them.
Yeah.
And say, what do you think of this?
Yeah. Definitely.
Good points, bad points. Yeah.
Be honest, be brutal.
Yeah.
Tell them about the quality of the bolts that are holding the bike together.
Tell
Be
them
honest
about the time you came off of it and the only damage was the aftermarket saddlebags you put on it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the
Tell
handguard
them
what I put on it.
Yeah.
Tell them all these things, because these things matter, because that's things that they can improve. It's things that they can.
Because I tell you what, when I walked up to it and the foot plate on the left side on it, it sprung loading and it was stuck upwards. And I thought, oh, fuck, have I broken the foot plate off? And I just walked up to it and just put my foot on it and flicked it and it came straight down.
There you go.
And there was no damage on it, And
so tell them that it's a good idea the foot plates are sprung loaded because they come up in the event of a laydown. There you go. Do that, man. Do a complete review on your accident, what happened, and
the
and
only
then
thing
send it to them. Say, what do you think?
The only thing I don't like on it is the combine braking, but that's just me,
Well, tell them that in your review.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, it is a good little bike.
Because that may be something that they were doing just right across the range, and
they had to because of Euro 4 specs. It was that or ABS. I noticed on that LSN what Rev Bomb reviewed.
So they went for the cheapest option. So that's that's the reason why you've got it.
Yeah, I do know on that one what Rev Bomb reviewed the other day, because that's a Euro 5. That's actually got ABS on it for a 125, which to me would have been better on the Michigan, rather than the combine braking. So
only in the 1400cc would you say ABS was essential on the 125Z?
Yeah, but Simon,
sorry, I'm taking a piss here.
I've seen me with my feet down on the 1400 a few times just for additional braking.
Yeah, but the thing is, Simon, when you think at the age gap what L125s are aimed at, they're aimed at 17, 18-year-olds.
Yeah.
So ABS on a 125 is a good thing when you're looking at a 17-year-old who's probably going to yank on.
It's going to probably break 50 yards before the red light. Yeah.
It's going to literally jump on every single pedal and lever the can. You know,
I'll tell you what. I'm not going to kid you here now. ABS, traction control, and all those little electrical things my GTR has got has actually probably saved me from being in the bike more than once.
Yeah, yeah, but I'll just say
Yeah.
that I know it sounds daft, but on a 125 ABS,
Yeah, it does sound funny, but it's probably worth it because of the market it's aimed at.
yeah, ABS to me on a 125 is a lot better than combined braking.
But I bought my ZZR 1400 in November, rode it all the way through the winter, and by the summer, I knew exactly what made the back end step out, and I knew exactly how much power I could deliver when, because the Scottish winter was my ABS and my learning. Do you know?
I bought mine in the June of 1 year, just before actually, and I went to Germany on it for 2 week holiday with Andy, GSA Tractor, and many other friends. And it was 2 weeks after I purchased it that I went on holiday with them. And I had no idea on earth how the ABS and traction control and everything else worked, especially two up with full luggage and, you know, the wife's bits on it. And I've got to say, it probably saved me more than once.
Yeah.
We didn't have any nasty wet weather. We didn't have any nasty this or that. We hit some banding in roads. And when I was laying the power on, because I was very dubious about laying the power on because I've never had a bike that big before, I'd roll it on and all of a sudden this yellow light starts flashing. I'm sort of like, why is that yellow light flashing?
Yeah.
And then I quickly realised that's the traction control.
They're just connecting it.
And that has basically saved me and the wife going sideways down the mountain.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, okay.
Yeah.
And even a year later, and it's never happened in that year in incumbent. I took the bike up a road and it was very wet, it was very rainy and everything else. And unbeknown to me, the roadwork crew have been out and they've done a lot of road repairs. So I pulled off the roundabout and it was very heavy rain. My visibility was shit because it isn't when it's raining. And as I pulled off this roundabout, I looked in my mirror and I saw a pair of headlights very, very close behind me. And I thought, all right, I'm just going to give it a little squirt and get away from it because I don't like cars sitting on my arm. And as I opened it up, I hit something in the road in the middle of the lane, which I later found out was a repair work. And all these yellow lights started flashing. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And the bike just didn't slow down, but it started saying, no, you can't have that yet.
Yeah.
And I was like, right, okay, I recognise this as something that's happened before. And then all of a sudden it got grip and away we went. And I've got to say, 2 occasions, traction control has probably saved me from putting the bike sideways.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say that's any fault of mine. And I don't want to say that's any fault of the bike, but it's sort of the fault in the road. It's something that happened underneath my wheels that was unseen that I could not see.
Yeah.
And it saved me. I love it.
Well, traction control's good for like black ice situations and things like that, or like you say,
black ice, you're fucked. You're going sideways no matter what. Black ice.
No, but it's still going to help a bit. And same like you said, with a bit of unseen oil.
Traction control on black ice would save you going forward. That's the only thing. If you're actually cornering, which I was on the 2 times that it came up, then if it was black ice, I'm going sideways no matter what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bike's low siding, I'm gone. But yeah.
Well, sorry, I'm just replying back to X2. Yeah, I agree. ABS a lot better, and I still swear to this day that's what threw me off the bike is because I caught the back brake with my right foot, and it's combined braking, and it just locked the front up, and that's why the front went from under me, and that's why I ended up on the floor. And I still
I've
swear.
watched that video. I've watched that video,
Yeah.
NT, and I'll tell you what, that I can't explain it. That is a
Yeah.
I want to say all that is a front brake lockup when you've got the wheel turned. That's the only way it would go down that hard that quick.
Yeah, and that's why you hear me say on the video, the front end just locked up and went on me. And I think it's because I accidentally caught the back brake with my right foot. You know, just put my foot on the foot plate or something and just accidentally just tapped it with my toes. So, you know, but I still reckon that's why it threw me off. I honestly do. Yeah, but I've learned from that now. I'll move my foot a little bit further back from the pedal on the right hand side, you know, so I'm
not so heavy on the rear brake now. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not so, what do we call it? Car driver on the back brake.
Yeah. Well, it's just, I still swear to this day. Well, I do think.
I followed the guy once on his CBT, and I was like, "Are you using the front brake?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm using the front brake." I said, "Right, okay." I followed him. I'm like, "He's not using his front brake." So I pulled up alongside. I said, "Stop at the next junction." He stopped. I pulled up alongside him, and I went, "Right, are you using the front brake?" He said, "Yeah, I'm pressing the front brake." I went, "What do you mean you're pressing the front brake?" He said, "Well, yeah, I'm pressing the front brake." And he sort of indicated down to his foot. And I said, "And what are you doing with that?" And I pointed to the right hand. And he went, "What's that?" I went, "That's your front brake."
Yeah.
Use them both. He went, "Oh, I never realised they were." I went, "They're not linked or anything, but that's your front brake. That's your rear brake. We told you that on your CV." Oh, all right, okay.
Because it's, I do think, in all honesty, combined braking is a stupid idea. I think ABS on a 125 for somebody who's just done the CBT is a lot better.
My GTR has got combined braking, and I love it.
Yeah, but you've got ABS as well, though, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't.
But when I brake, Boo Rider, if he's still here, he will testify how late I brake into a corner. He was following me, and he said, "Oh, you went for a corner." I thought, "Oh, he was following me, and he's an experienced rider on BMW 1000RR." And he said to me, "Oh, that's a good corner. Simon hasn't braked yet." And then right at the last minute, I'm braking.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh shit, I've got to brake." And he's hit the brake. Because what I do is I tap the rear brake, because the rear brake on the GTR is combined with the front left-hand piston. And what that does then is that puts the bike in a low position.
Yeah.
Which is where you want to be when you go for a corner. Because I'm going to take a tight corner. So I will brake late on the rear brake, which will then force the front down, which forces the rear down, which has lowered the bike, which has lessened the rebound for any thing we've got round the corner. And as I hit that apex of the corner, I will hit the power.
Yeah.
Which will then squat the bike down even more, which will then flatten the tyres out. Because as you hit a corner in a tyre, your tyre is round until you put pressure on it, then it goes square at the bottom, and then as you move it round, that square part moves around. So you've now got the square part, or the flat contact surface of your tyre, about 2/3 of the way round, and you apply power, and you're actually putting a footprint of, instead of that much of the contact tyre, you're putting that much.
Yeah.
You squared the tyre out, and you flatten the suspension, you've pushed everything outwards, which gives you better traction out of a corner, which means you can exit faster.
Yeah. But it's like exercise this.
That doesn't work on a Michigan, sorry. But
no, it's just weird because you've got the advantage, you've got ABS as well as combined braking. I've just got combined braking. And it's weird when you hit that combined braking on that bike on the back, you feel the front dip on it. You know, because to me it seems like it
To
grabs.
be honest with you, MC,
more than
you
it
would
does the rear.
anyway
Yeah, but
if you didn't have combined braking.
Yeah.
'Cause as soon as you start braking on the back wheel,
yeah,
the weight transfers to the front and the front dip.
yeah, but it's
That's
weird
what's
on
happening.
that.
Which is what I'm doing when I go into a corner,
Yeah,
because I'm trying to load up the front as well as
So
the rear
yeah.
at the same time. So when I come out the corner, I've got the maximum footprint,
yeah,
so I can put the power. I've got the maximum footprint when I go into the corner, and as soon as I hit that apex and I lighten up that front load, I can put the power on because I've got the maximum footprint on the rear tire.
yeah. What I'm trying to say, it seems to grab the front more than what it does the back on it. I don't know whether it's just my bike, but that's how it feels. It's like you'll press the back brake on, and you'll feel it. You know, front just feels a bit more like it's slowing down more rapidly than the back, sort of thing. It's weird. It just doesn't feel right. It's the only thing I just don't like about it. Well, I'm just getting used to it now. So.
I'll tell you, I've never experienced it. So, an
Yeah.
MC, I've never experienced it.
Yeah,
so
it's
I
like
really
you
can't.
can't sort of moderate it. It's weird. It's a weird feeling because I learned on a 125 where it hadn't got combined braking.
Yeah.
You know, so you'd
I
got
mean,
the last
time I rode an MT 125 was probably 4.5 years ago when I
yeah,
was doing my CVT training. Oh, well,
yeah,
teaching CVT. So,
yeah. But that's the weird thing is, like I said, I did my
yeah,
CVT and it was separate front and back brake, and then I got that thing, and it's just a weird feeling. It really, really is. It feels like it's grabbing the front more than what it does the back. You know, when you brake on it, it's strange.
I don't know how the link braking works, so I don't know how you can either
Yeah,
adjust it or make sure it's working properly or anything. So,
no, it's just very strange.
especially if you got that system involved and it's got no ABS or anything on it.
Yeah, it's a weird, but I'd sooner have a 125 with ABS than combined braking. Well, that's just me. So
I don't know. That's
yeah, it's just weird. It's a weird system. It's just it's taking me a while to sort of get used to it now. It's and like I say, I just have to make
Does
sure.
the front brake put any rear brake on?
No,
No.
It's just the back brake. The front brake.
That's a lot of link brakes only do rear to front. They don't do front to rear. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's strange because the front brake is just the front,
Yeah.
but the back brake is both, and it's a weird. It takes some getting used to. So, and it's just very, very weird. It's like
I honestly, as a manufacturer, would disconnect the two. I would honestly. I mean, I know Honda did a big thing with their dual braking and everything else, but I would honestly disconnect the two because as a rider,
yeah,
I feel I want to be in control of where the braking is coming from and where the weight transference is going to and what I want to do
but as
and everything else. But
Exy just said it exactly what I'm saying. It's when you press the rear brake, the front comes on a lot stronger than the back does. And I think that's why I threw off the bike.
That's a severe bias. That really is a severe bias.
It's very, very strange. It's like I say, you apply the front brake by itself, and it's brilliant. The bike is, but as soon as you dab that back brake, if you've got your front brake on just a little bit,
I'll tell you what, I would seriously do that in a review of the bike and send it to them.
Yeah,
I really seriously would because that is like a fault more than anything.
It's very, very strange, you know, because like I say, if you've still got your hand on that front brake and you apply the back brake, it like applies more front brake on you. You know what I mean? It like doubles up the front. and
Well,
it's
how can some manufacturers get it so right and some get it so wrong?
yeah. But
I mean, Kawasaki, in my opinion, with my bike, have got it spot on. It
Yeah.
works perfectly when I'm doing it.
Yeah,
But
well,
it doesn't work with yours. So
yeah, it's just very, very, very strange, Simon. Honestly, it really, really is on the Michigan. It's like there's sometimes where I think, oh, I just want to dab the back brake, you
yeah.
know, and it's like, oh, hang on, take my hand off the front brake sort of thing, because if I got a little bit of front brake on, I dab that back brake, the front brake's even harder, you know.
Right, MC, I've got your best rate coming on.
Oh,
Your
it's
best
Roland.
mate coming on.
Roland.
Yay, Rolly!
It's Roland, the man whose motorbike I'm going to smuggle back to Britain. Yeah. You're right, Roland.
G'day, guys. How you going?
How's winter over there? I see you in your big coat.
Yeah.
Bloody cold, bloody wet. Yeah.
We are actually having a very, very strange time at the moment in the UK, where over the next few days they are predicting weathers of 30 degrees centigrade.
Yes. We're going to be over the 30s.
We all think we're going to die.
You won't believe this, Roland, but we've actually been given a heat wave warning
Wow.
because it's
What-
getting up to 30 degrees.
What do you call a heat wave?
30 degrees.
We've just been promised that the rain's going to get warm.
Yeah, yeah.
30 degrees, you're talking Celsius?
Yeah, see, Celsius, yeah.
Okay.
Hang on, I'll tell you what it is currently at night time here. It's 17 degrees C here and it's red hot.
17 and it's hot.
Yeah, I'm melting, mate. I've got a fan on. I'm telling you,
Wow.
it's so hot. But yeah, it's strange. But we've actually, the National Health Services over here have given out warnings. The Met Office have given out warnings about a heat wave. You know, remember to keep hydrated and all this lot.
Yeah.
It's hang on.
I'm currently at 9 degrees. So
Yeah, that's not too bad.
9? No, that's bloody freezing, man.
It's not for us. It's about normal for us, isn't it, Stu? 9. Like, that's mild. Yeah. It's like normal weather for us, but yeah.
Wow.
Where's my office gone on my phone? It's all right, my phone said, oh, there it is.
What's the hottest you get, Stuart?
-5.
Yeah, no. we're Scotland's kind of generally you're talking about 19-20 for a good summer, but some years you can be 28, 29, 30 quite easily, but when we get 28, 29, 30, it usually lasts for a good week and a half, which might sound like nothing, but for Scotland, that's amazing.
Okay. Yeah.
Good night, Exeter. Right, I'm back in a minute, guys. I need a bathroom.
Right.
I don't know how Matt can use that dual braking system. Talking about that, that's really weird.
Crumbly's actually put a good question up. Does the weight of my bike make it work any better? I don't know. That's my honest answer. It works on my bike. That's all I can say. And is if the manufacturer is going to put it on their bike, they've got to test it to make sure it works. So, it works on a GTR 1400. That's all I can say. So.
Was that traction and ABS?
Oh no, that's the link braking system. So
Oh, you got it, have you?
yeah,
Oh, wow. Okay.
it's on the GTR 1400 or the Concours 1400 from I think it's from 2012 onwards. They got link braking system,
Yeah.
and that is basically just to keep the bike stable because it's 300 and something odd kilos.
Yeah.
And if you're going to throw it in the corner, then you're going to need to you're going to need help getting it around it. So they put a link braking system on it. So yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, you've ridden both, haven't you?
Yeah.
With and without. What do you prefer? Or is it a matter of what you get used to?
It's with, but I'd say you can get used to both.
Right.
Yeah. Rowley, you're an experienced rider. Zed, you're an experienced rider. Whatever you are riding at that time,
Mhm.
you adapt to how that beast needs to be handled. Needs
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
handled is the key word. And so if you know that needs this, that, and the other to get it through a corner, you do it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair
If
enough.
you know you can do this, that, and the other, then you do it.
Yeah.
It takes, I'm going to probably say about a week, maybe 2 weeks of actually riding a certain bike
Yeah.
before you get used to how it handles and how it
It's
delivers
affordable.
things and
Yeah,
how you got to do it. And
Mm.
then after that week, you start pushing it because you've noticed its limits, or
Yeah.
you realise your limits on that bike. So
I honestly, I've got one of my mates.
Mhm.
I hand the bike to one of my mates, and I ride his behind to see how he can ride my bike. And if I see the way he can put my bike into a corner, then I know I can do it as well. That's not that's that's kind of a rough sort of gauge. My mate's a far better rider than I am. You've probably seen him in either Lockwood's or Ayrshire Vlogsters videos. His name's Grems. He rides a GSX RK3 with a Lucky Strike livery. He's a fantastic rider, absolutely brilliant. And that's the first thing I did when I got my bike was I gave him the keys. Take it, let me see. And I followed him on his bike, and I know what his bike can do, and I'm pushing his bike as far as I'm comfortable, and I know that I've seen the way his bike can lean, and I'm pushing it in as hard as I would like to. The way he was riding my bike, it gives you the indication as to how it can be ridden, not how it possibly should be ridden all the time.
No.
Because if you're not comfortable riding it that way, then that's not necessarily the way. But it shows you the limits. And like how many guys have you seen on like maybe national track days or national bike meets that say I follow the fast guy. I'll follow the fast guy to learn the track. That's my summation of how I would judge my bike.
Oh, yeah, I get
That's
you.
what I did. That's what I did.
Yeah.
So Crumley's asked a question about your ZZR. It doesn't have any link brakes or anything like that, does it, Zed?
No.
It's totally.
Everything that I've got. This is my traction control. That's my braking and my right foot.
Yep.
And like I spoke to Simon about when I picked my ZZ. I picked my ZZR up in Scotland in November. Non-traction control, non-ABS. And I learned so much about that bike over the following 6 months. I rode it every day, every single day. And I pushed it and I pushed it and I pushed it. And I found out when the back end breaks. I found out loads about it. See, the thing about it is like I wouldn't class myself as a brilliant rider. I'm a good rider. I'm not a brilliant rider, but See when a bike moves underneath me, it doesn't panic me.
No.
A lot of people tense up, get rigid, and no. Because of the riding that bike within those parameters of it being cold, a cold bike with cold tires, and you've got a lot of power. When you lose traction, the bike will skittle about the place. It's unnerving to say the least. But if you're used to it and you've experienced it, and that experience sort of you've built that up over a length of time, you kind of become immune to it. Traction control, would I like it? Yeah, 100%. Any safety device that's ever been brought onto a motorbike, who would not want it? Because what it will do is it'll allow you to ride that bike in a safer manner, and it will allow you to ride it
No, it's still good.
and enjoy it.
Like a lunatic, yeah.
Well, you probably will, and it has been proven that if you were to take two bikes, identical, one with all the devices, one without it, you will be 4, possibly 5 seconds faster on the bike that has everything on it, because it's not you that's 100%
Absolutely.
controlling the outcome of your actions, as it were. Because the ABS is kicking in and the traction control, and it's sorting out all the nastiness through all the technology. As much as your ego would like to tell you it's not, it bloody is. And
Yeah.
that's the be
Yeah, absolutely is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I love-
answer
love
Crumbly's question. So why did they put it on the GTR? Make it safer.
See, well, I mean, like, see, at the end of the day, it's like, one, the GTR is to be ridden. The ZZR and the GTR, the difference between the two bikes, there isn't a lot other than slight position modifications, handlebar position, the delivery of power. It's the same engine, but they've tweaked the way the power's delivered. But
The horsepower and torque are different,
yeah,
and the torque
That's
band
the
is
way the
different.
engine's tuned.
yeah. But just so the way that they've tuned the bike and like it, but you're a GTR, you're going to ride for 1,000, 2,000 miles non-stop and be comfortable coming off it. A ZZR, your back teeth are going to be rattling. I will not deny that for a minute.
I was going to say, because the GTR is more of a tour, isn't it? It's a sports tour, whereas a ZZR is a sports. You know, so you're going to get more comfy things on, you know, help on a.
I would say that the and Rolly will agree with me that the ZZR is just as much a tourer as the GTR.
Yeah, you can do the miles
just as much. Do not kid yourself for a minute.
Right.
The ZZR is an out and out sports whatever.
Yeah.
But the GTR is just more refined, and it's less impact on your back and your wrists and so on and so forth.
The only difference I would say between the two is seating position.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
The ZZR has drop bars, and the GTR has upright bars, and it's sports tourer. It's a super sports tourer versus a super sports
bike. Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
That's the way I would define the two. Could you do the both the sort of trips you want to with both? Yes.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You could go touring around Europe, and everything I've done on my GTR on the ZZR.
Yeah.
You could do it.
Yeah.
I could do more miles on the 14 than what I can on the M109R.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, the 14's super comfortable bike.
It's probably some sort of European standard or worldwide standard. Why they stuck it all on the GTR, I reckon.
I actually had my my branch secretary today. He rode my GTR. He's never rode anything above a 650 VC before. And I said, right, you've always complained to me that you can't take it for a quick spin because you haven't got any gear. Well, today you turned up on your bike. Guess what? You're wearing all your gear. Take it for a spin around the car park. Yeah, we're only talking first, second gear. And he took it for a spin round. He said, I can't believe how smooth that is.
Yeah.
I said, well, that's, you're going up more than twice your CC.
Yeah.
He's got a twin. You know, I've got a 4-cylinder, 1400. So take it again, and this time, at least open it up around the car park. And he never did. And he said, I'll tell you what, that just feels phenomenal. He said, it weighs so much when you're standing still. But as soon as you hit like a little bit of movement, you got your feet up on the peg. He said, that's weightless. I said, yeah, that is the bike.
Yep.
That is when you know you've got a good bike. And I think everybody in the panel will agree.
Yeah,
definitely. I mean, like certainly when the 1400's punching a hole in the air, there isn't a better place that I would ever imagine sitting.
Zed, it doesn't even have to punch a hole in the air. That 300 odd kilos.
Yeah.
As soon as you reach 5 miles an hour, you got your feet on the peg. Does it weigh anything?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It don't.
It doesn't.
It don't.
And
the weight of a bike makes no difference.
And it's like the whole getting round corners. What? That can shift from one side to another just as much as it might not be as precise as a hyper sports bike or whatever it is, but
if you put it up against a BMW Z,
like an S1000 yep, definitely, or a GSX or 1000, whatever it is, K, whatever 5.
Yeah, you got totally different geometry though.
Yeah, definitely. But it's still getting round the corners. It's like everyone's got this thing about these hyper bikes, like the 1400, even the Hayabusa. Everyone thinks, straight line speed. Can't do corners. Who said it can't do corners?
Oh no, they can do corners.
Have you ridden one?
Yeah.
Well, you say that about American cars, didn't they? It's all nowadays.
Well, that's true with American cars, but not with bikes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I've seen all the Mustangs hitting the lamppost and all.
Well, that's because he used bloody coach springs still rather than shocks, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. But it's horses' courses, and I'll tell you what, they all move. They all do what they're supposed to do.
Hey, Paul, how you going?
That's great. It's great. It's like, the thing about it is like see when you pull up at a car park. Say for example, the likes of Inverary. Andy would testify to this because he was up recently. Inverary, you get an eclectic mix of bikers, from Harley Davidsons right the way through to 125s, Lerner Legal, whatever it may be, to hyper bikes, hyper tourers, whatever. You can stand there and you can look at a whole myriad of bikes. And every one of them I can look at and I can honestly say, I understand that bike. I understand that. I totally get that. You know, it's like every one of them's got a purpose and a reason for existing.
Yeah. I must say something though. I was window shopping at bikes the other day. You know, Yamaha, Suzuki, the lot. Still ain't found out better than what Roland's got. What I like, the look of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was looking at Harleys, I was looking at Indians, I was looking at everything, every other manufacturer you could bloody think of the other day. And it was like, nah, you know, I still prefer that bloody bike. I don't know.
You have to get yourself one.
I know. And they're not bad prices, actually. You know, I was surprised, actually, at how much they cost. But I don't like the new one, no. I don't like
I don't like the color scheme of the new one, but
no. Yeah, I don't
yeah.
like the new models. I had a look at the 2022, 2022 models,
Yeah.
and nah, they just don't look right. So, well, I still prefer that blue one.
I find it, I don't know about you guys, but I find it very interesting when I watch reviews on the ZX14Rs or ZZRs and all that sort of stuff that people do. And yeah, I find it really, really interesting because 90% of the time when people do reviews on those sort of things, they've hopped off either an 1800 or a 1000cc. And one of the first comments they do sort of come out with is its weight and how it's sort of slushy in the corners.
Really?
But yeah. But when you hop off 1000, which is a lot lighter, a shorter wheelbase, and a different geometry front end,
Yeah.
and then hop onto something that is longer in wheelbase, got a slightly longer rake in the front end, and heavier, I mean, naturally, it is going to handle in comparison to. And I find a lot of review videos are comparing what basically the person's just got off of, rather than the individual bike itself.
I agree, Ro. I agree, Ro.
That's a bit like getting out of a Ferrari and jumping in a Mini, you know, an old Mini, and going, you know, this Mini handles corners better than my Ferrari, sort of thing, you know, because of the wheelbase, you know.
Yeah.
I
mean,
but I agree, Ro. If you're going to do a review on a bike, it's got to be what have I just got off of and what am I comparing it to? Yeah. I mean, if I rode Zed's bike for a week and then got on mine, the review would be very bad towards mine. The GTR and ZZR, they're the same bike. Yeah. So the review would be very bad towards mine because of the way it handles in certain situations. But then if I was to jump on mine and then jump on Zed for a week, the favour would be in mine because I've been touring for a week and I've got all the fucking luggage. Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Yeah. Oh, Stuart, just quickly.
Yeah.
Got your Sunday name then. Apologies.
Sorry.
Have you seen Guy Martin with that Britain?
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw that. Yeah, I just wondered if you saw that.
Britain's my. Well, obviously, you know,
Yeah,
because we were on the live stream. Britain's my favourite bike.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. Sorry, I saw it the other day and I thought, oh,
that's amazing. Because obviously it was his dream bike as well. So for him to get a shot of riding it, it was unbelievable.
Yeah. No, I just wondered if you saw it because it was.
No, I have. There's pretty much not a lot that's of Britain that's on YouTube that I haven't seen.
No, it's not like it just suddenly came into my brain. It was like, oh, I've remembered something for a change. So, well, no. Well, I just wondered if you saw it. So,
have you seen Guy Martin's transit van?
Yes. You on about when he took it about the Nuremberg?
Yeah, he's actually sold it. And I was watching a video tonight, and it's a YouTube channel called RE Performance. The guy's called Ricky Elder, and he knows Guy Martin. And Ricky Elder's actually interviewing the guy who bought it from Guy Martin. It's now got a Lamborghini Huracan 10 engine in it.
Bloody hell.
And it's got a fully customized rear end on it. See when you look at the van from the outside, or transit, see when you open the back doors, fully customized rear end.
Bloody
Twin turbo, 20 years. You ought to see it, honestly. This thing is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll put on in the private chat. I'll go in and I'll put the video link in private chat.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. So.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that.
So you've not been out on your bike then, Roland? Too cold for you?
I have popped out to the shops and that sort of stuff, but no long rides, you know.
So what other bike you got then? Besides what other bikes you got besides the 109?
I've got the M109R and the ZX14R.
Ah, right. I just wondered because I know you got. I know normally you're out on your the thing I love the most. You know.
Yeah, my winter bike's the ZX14R
Yeah.
because it's a lot warmer. Mine, I don't know about Zed, but mine puts out a lot of heat. So,
Yeah,
and
it
I
does.
normally ride that until the weather gets to around about, on average, sort of high 20s, and then I leave that one in the shed and bring out the M109R because that puts out basically no heat at all. I never feel anything from that in terms of engine temperature.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
I still think it's a cracking bike.
Oh, they're a lovely bike. They are comfortable and everything else, and you can tour on them very well. But I enjoy just how lazy it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculously lazy.
It's weird, like I say, I was window shopping and looking at all the other bikes and that. From the design aspect of it, and how nice that thing looks, it's just crazy. It really is. I don't know. There's something about it to me what pops. Well, might not be everybody's cup of tea, but it is definitely mine. Yeah.
Oh, they certainly appeal to a lot of people, and probably the most appealing factor about them is the power. Because they're a V-twin cruiser that outperforms a 600 Super Sport.
Bloody hell. Jesus Christ. I was going to say, because you put a comment on my video about your thing gives out, what was it, 8 horsepower while it's bloody idling, and my thing. That's
on the dyno it starts at 8 horsepower.
Crazy.
It's like that's like my engine just on tick over,
You're using absolutely no throttle to move it around. Yeah, but it's super lazy up through the hills and touring and all that sort of stuff. They're really nice,
Yeah. Is it good on cornering then?
That's actually what sold me, because I did love the look of the bike before ever riding one, a bit like yourself. I absolutely love the look of it.
Yeah.
But I thought if I test rode one and it didn't corner, because where I am, I'm up in the hills.
Yeah.
And if it didn't take the corners well, then as much as I do love the look of the bike, it's not for me.
No.
And when I took it for a good test ride, because the dealership here, I'm pretty friendly with the owner, and he'll let me take any bike out basically for as long as I like, just as long as I top it back up when I come back.
Oh, right.
And I took it for a good long run through the hills. I initially didn't push it. I just cruised the hills, cruised the corners just to get a good feel of it. And then I started to push it in the corners, and I tell you what, it's absolutely surprising just how well it handles, despite the fact that it's got the big rear tire. But again, you got to hop on it, and the first thing you got to say to yourself, well, this has got a very long wheelbase, and this is a very heavy bike.
Yeah.
So it is going to need muscle in the counter steering. You cannot expect to take a corner on a bike that weighs what it does and as long as what it is, as if you're riding a 650 cruiser.
Yeah.
So as soon as you got that in your head, you're laughing. You're absolutely laughing.
I do find it weird that they don't sell them in the UK anymore.
Probably the emissions.
No, we're too wimps to ride them.
Well, I just find it odd because, if you go on the UK website, not even listed, the new one ain't. But if you go on like the Australian website for the manufacturer, it's there.
The thing about it is, Matt, when you look at Suzuki riders, their boyfriends won't let them.
No, absolutely.
Like, sorry, if I get one of them, Zed, I'll come up and beat you up with it.
You get one of them, you make it all the way up there. I'm fucking laughing.
Mind you, I'll probably spend most of the time just stood there drooling at it,
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, Christ. Like,
Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah.
honestly,
Where are we?
there's some.
Broly, what's the weather doing over there? Come on, man.
It's grey and overcast. It looks like a day that you guys would love.
Yeah.
It's a British summer.
Yeah, I'll
yeah,
probably be out with mine.
British summer. That's it.
What's the temperature? What's the temperature?
Our temperature is currently 9 degrees.
Celsius?
9 degrees.
Yeah, is that Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius, yeah, Celsius.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Celsius.
Yeah,
Well, that's a fucking British summer day, if I even know one.
I think we've got a top of 14.
I'll tell you what, we're actually we're looking into a bit of a heat wave at the moment. They're looking at it going
it's
to
coming
30 degrees.
Yeah.
Coming,
I was going
coming
to say,
in.
we've got, what was it? I did see it a minute ago. Today, it's going to be 25 and sunny. Sunday, we've got 27. Then Monday, Tuesday, it's cloudy at 28. And then rest of the week, it's going to be cloudy with sunshine, 25 to 24.
Yeah,
What the
right.
Met Office is saying for me where I am. So,
Yeah.
Well, that's bollocks because I registered 28 today, so that was
yeah. Well, I'm just going off what the Met Office up. The only problem is it's 82% humidity at the moment, which is why I'm
Wow, that's up there. That's up there.
And then during the day, it's going to drop down to 51, 48, 44, 41%, around the 40% marks. But at the moment, that explains why I'm melting.
Well, all I'm going to say is it can get very fucking hot.
Yeah. And this is when I ride around with my summer jacket on and my bikie jeans on, looking at the knob riding around in shorts and t-shirts. Yeah.
A Scottish weather forecast at this time of year is like a miserable wee guy with a rain jacket on saying, well, now the rain's going to get warmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that rain might boil you.
No, midweek next week we're heading toward 28, 29. So
yeah.
Fingers crossed.
It's going to be fucking hot over here. I'll tell you what, it's going to be really hot around my local area anyway. They're talking 29, 30 over the weekend. So anybody that is out on a bike, please hydrate because
definitely.
Yeah.
So I come back and I'm dripping. Bloody hell. Look see there, look at that. That's an English bloody summer, that is.
I'll be out on my bike every day in that.
I would.
It's got rain on fucking Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but I'll tell you what, I'll put my overcoat on.
Yeah.
The temperature ain't dropping, that's fine.
I'll still be wearing my summer jacket, I would.
Right, Simon, I'm going to shoot off, mate. Got a bit of a busy day tomorrow because I've got my dad has got his MOT for his car, and he's tagged me for putting some drop linkages and whatever onto the suspension of his car. So that's what I'll be doing. I'm going.
There you go.
Stu's frozen. Look at that. Stu's frozen.
Yeah. Stu's locked up again.
Yeah.
Just grey sky. That's it.
That's the Scottish internet up there. Look at that.
Copper cables can't deal with it, and the fibre optics. It's too hot for them.
And he's gone. Yeah.
See you, Zed.
Zed, have a great weekend, mate, if you're still watching. So, no, I'm going to try and get out on my beast next week at some point if it's not too bloody hot again. I'm going to go over to that bike meet again.
You guys had much rain?
No.
How's your fuel prices going?
Shit.
Yeah.
I got mugged the other week when I put some petrol in the car. I tell you. Bloody squeeze
I will rant and rave about it, but I spent 90 quid 1 week in fuel when the most I ever spend is 50. So
wow.
Yeah.
Is that on the bike?
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah.
Jesus. Mine you, it cost me $48 to top up the bike last week. And that's from about a quarter of a tank. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. What gets me with this fuel thing is it's not just the UK. It's the whole
No, it's
bloody
everywhere.
world.
It's
It's
everywhere.
everywhere.
And it's a crock
Yeah.
of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're trying
It
to
really
blame
is.
it on
Fuck all to do with Russians. Let's put
Yeah.
it that way. It's got
and they're
fuck
trying to
all.
blame it on the Ukraine
The
Russia.
biggest fucking supplier of fuel is America.
And like I say, you've got all these you know, United Emirate countries, you know,
Yeah.
and they've all increased their oil production because of Russia. Yet the price is still as it is. It's a load of bollocks.
Mm.
It's tax bollocks. That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah. It's because they're on their way out, so they're capitalizing in on the cashing in on it as quickly as they can.
Yeah, it's the
Why not?
retailers.
Yeah.
I tell
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
it's that's what the price is. Because you look at the price of oil and that lot, it's supposedly dropped on all this lot, and yet they're still charging what they're charging.
yeah.
Yeah,
I just don't get why we're buying it in when we've got crap tons of it here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, Zed was saying that they've got 2 oil fields up in Scotland, you know, and they're not even tapping into them, and yet we could be, you know.
Yeah.
And it's just bloody stupid.
But everything's gone up. Food's gone up. Fuel's gone up.
Yeah.
Utilities
If you put fuel up, everything else goes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because the cost of shipping, you know.
Yeah. So, with having said that, we all need to go electric bikes.
Fuck off.
Don't make the mains leads long enough yet. Tell you.
Yeah, I
Somebody's been watching me closely. Yeah.
I don't want to ride a starter motor for Christ's sake.
Yeah. Simon might
I'll
be
tell you
saying-
what, I've been approached by a electric bike company that said, "Would you like to review one of our bikes?" And I went, "Yeah, all right." I want to slate it. I really do.
Yeah.
But I'm the sort of person that's honest, so I will give my honest review on it.
Yeah. I'm sure they're fine, but I think they've still got a long way to go.
I'll tell you what, electric bikes, I'll tell you what, my electric bikes are not the way to go. They really are not. They do not solve what everybody says they do.
Yeah.
And my 1400cc motorcycle bike out there is more recyclable than an electric bike.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Also, I want to know,
and it causes less damage to the environment from now.
Yeah.
So what is the benefit? That's what I'm looking at. What is the benefit? There is none at the moment. There is none.
Yeah, and the other thing is, how are the accident statistics going to go? Because they're going to go up. Because people ain't going to hear you. You can hardly hear a little electric car when it's coming down. Never mind a motorbike.
Yeah, that's another point. Yeah, that's a good point.
There's going to be more accidents, if you ask me. You know, because you know it's bad enough as it is when you're walking across the road and you suddenly think, where the frigging hell did that car come from? You know, because you ain't heard it coming down the bloody road.
Yeah.
Just so you know, Santa has now joined us.
Yeah, so it makes you wonder what the statistics are going to be like on, you know, accidents when, you know, if we eventually do go all electric, because you can't hear them.
Well, that's an unrecognised consequence of it, isn't it? I mean, nobody realises what that's going to do. It's just, fuck it, I've got so many. No.
The only time you're going to hear them is when they accelerating because they whine like bloody Bonio, and that noise gets on my tits. Then, mate, I can't. It's like I watch Formula E, and it's like watching scale electric cars going around the track. The noise after a while drives me potty. I have to turn the telly down because of the whine, you know, and it's a certain high pitched frequency. Well, my ears pick up, and it hurts my bloody ears. Yeah, and that's only because they're accelerating. You hear the chuffing things.
I was crossing the road the other day, and there was one come just at a junction. I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How many accidents are going to be because people ain't going to hear them?
No.
Or, you know, it's bad enough with electric cars at the moment with the old Toyota Prius taxis going around. You don't hear them chuffing things sneaking up on you.
No. If you've got these youngsters with things in their ears, listening to music.
Yeah, most people are walking around with AirPods now and looking at the mobile phone and not watching where they're walking. Yeah.
Dodgy times, that would be.
The old phone zombies, you know. It's, yeah. That's what I call them. Bloody phone zombies. Too busy looking at the phone. So it just makes you laugh. Why have we got two Simons on screen? Or am I cracking up?
Is it? Is your twin come on, Simon?
Oh shit! What's happened there?
I think Roland's superimposed it.
Roland's superimposed on me.
Yeah, he's took a screen grab and stuck it over the top. So
I'm having a fag.
Right.
He screen grabbed me.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out.
Yeah. Yeah, it does make you wonder.
Still, one of me is bad enough. You do not want two of me.
So how are you then, Crumbly?
I'm good, thanks, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. I'm doing good. I've had quite a good week, so it's been pleasant. Yeah. Well, I'm going to try and get back to that Lamb League again on Tuesday. And have a look,
the biking night.
Yeah, because it's like I say, I didn't go this week.
Right.
I'm going to have a trundle down on Tuesday and have a look around and get some better pictures this time.
Yeah.
So.
No, is that not been going long then? Is it?
It's fourth one.
All right. So it wasn't badly attended, really, was it? For its own one.
Well, they picked a good night because there's another one just down the road in the same village, but his clashes with one of the big mite meets in because they do two. They do one on Mondays and one on Wednesdays. The MFN, Miles from Nowhere. I must go and get some footage of that one. And they do Monday and Wednesdays, so everybody goes to them. There's none on Tuesdays in Nottingham. Right. So this pub have picked one on Tuesday, and it's got out there on all the Nottingham bikers, Facebook groups and everything. It's got out there, and that's why there's a load attending it because it's on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
So they've picked the right day because there's one on a Thursday. You know, I know there's one on a Thursday, and I think there's one on a Sunday, and there's one on a Friday. You know.
Yeah.
So they've picked the only day when there's no bloody bike meets on. Yeah,
it's best thing to do, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, and they do cheap food and drink. You know, I got a pint of Coke from there when I went there. It cost me about £2.70 something. You know, for a pint of Coke sort of thing. You know, so and the food's cheap as well. You know, so they're doing the right thing. They've got the head screwed on who was running it at the pub.
Yeah.
So
it looked a nice place from what I could see of it from when.
Yeah, it's a lovely pub. So, I think it was Nag's Head or something when I knew it as a kid. But it is a lovely pub, and like I say, they've got a nice big car park, and they put the cones up, so all the bikers have got their own area to park in. Yeah, and it's very well. Yeah, they're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
So,
Matt, are you still learning, or are you fully licensed?
No, I'm still on Looney Plates. I'm still on Looney Plates.
Looney Plate, okay.
Yeah.
How much longer you got on that?
Till December this year. Then it's either I do my CBT again for another 2 years, or I think about doing the full license. So I'll see how the finances are nearer the time.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, because it's like 150 quid for the CBT and it's about $1,000 for the full license. So, you know.
About $1,000 for a full license. Holy crap.
Indeed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow. What for?
It's crazy.
I'll tell you what, that's
your mod
That's
1,
pretty
mod
cheap.
2. Yeah, that's direct access, as they call it, which is your CBT, your mod 1, your mod 2. And then on top of that, you've got to fork out for your hazard perception and your theory test as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and booking your testing
And that's
as well.
probably the best way to do it, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Direct access.
Yeah, direct access. But
Yeah.
that means, you know, with me, I can basically do that and go out the next day and buy myself a 1400. You know, because of my age, I'm not restricted. Sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, if you're sort of like 17, 18, then you're restricted for so many years, and then you can go
You
up
got
on
to
to
do
do.
the test again.
That's no bad thing, really.
Because I got my license pre-19, whatever it was, 90 something.
97.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, it all depends on the finances at the time.
It's worth doing if you can do it, but you know, it's a lot of money, isn't it?
Bloody $1,000 though. That's crazy.
Yeah. Christ.
Yeah,
Wow.
it can cost more than that. But yeah, it's just over $1,000 or something like that. It's,
I mean, that's got to be pricing a lot of people out of it, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
You know,
That's nuts.
Yeah, it is. It's not cheap, you know, to get your license. You know,
they're probably doing it on purpose, I expect. Making it
Yeah,
not
probably.
yeah.
Make road safers, get bikers off the road. Fucking make it impossible.
What about the scooters
yeah,
over in England? Is there a certain size where you don't need a license or a motorcycle license for them?
No.
Or you got to have a
You've got to have a license. The maximum CC you can ride in the UK is 125 on learner plates with your CBT.
Right.
If you pass your B license, which is your car license, before 1997, you can ride up to a maximum 50cc without L plates.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I could technically go out and get myself a 50cc, and I have to put L plates on it, and I can ride around on that all day long.
And you can take pavilion as well.
Yeah, and I can have a pavilion as well on that.
Yeah.
But anything above a 50, then you've got to do what they call the compulsory bike training to ride a 125 on L plates. And then after that, it's your mod 1 and mod 2 to get your full license, sort of thing. Yeah.
Which is the hardest to do then, Matt?
What?
Mod 1 or mod 2?
I reckon it's the mod 1, is it? We're in the car park. Where you have to do the figure of 8 and all that lot. That's the one I reckon the highest fail percentage is on. Is the mod 1. Because the mod 2 is riding around on the road.
Yeah.
Whereas the mod 1's the figure of 8, emergency stop, you know, controlled stop and all that lot.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
It'll be interesting with the dual braking system because part of the test here is to I think you got to go around about I think it's 10 meters without putting your foot down in between two very narrow lines as slow as possible. You got to do it in about a 20-second time frame or something.
Walking pace.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it friction zoning a rear brake bike, but I don't know how you'd go with a dual braking bike.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about when I did. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying about when I did my CBT. It was separate front, separate back brake. You know, and I do find slow manoeuvring that Michigan, like doing a U-turn in the road, because of the combined braking on it, because you use the back brake more than what you do the front brake when you're doing slow manoeuvring.
Yeah.
It's bloody weird. It's hard to do.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
Because it's like he's trying to grab the front. So
yeah, I mean, because on both my bikes, I can actually go through a car park slower than walking pace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the twist force on the back wheel trying to keep it upright under power, but retaining it or restraining it under brakes is what keeps you upright.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I find weird because I've been practicing on me Michigan and doing U-turns and that in the road and whatever, and he's I don't know. I don't like the combined braking business.
Doesn't feel right. No.
No.
See that.
It's like I end up putting my foot down again, and it's like no, know,
so you're getting too much braking then, aren't you?
Yeah.
You can't,
You can't sort of moderate it,
Yeah.
Even going around a high-speed corner, right?
Yeah.
If you apply power and rear brake, that's forcing the bike to stay upright.
Yeah.
So basically, you can scoot around a corner without the bike wanting to actually drop over and low side.
Yeah. It's just weird. It's that's why I say I prefer ABS on a 125 than what I would do.
You couldn't really trail brake on one of them on the combined.
No, you
brake
can't.
system.
No. No, you wouldn't want to. Actually, the front would let go.
Yeah. And I still say to this day, that's why I came off with the bloody thing. I reckon I caught the back brake with my foot.
I think you're probably right.
Yeah, I reckon you're right too, Matt. I reckon you're right.
And it just locked the front up because I'd obviously been slowing down on the front brake.
Yeah.
To turn in. Went to turn in and just slightly dabbed the back brake and it's just locked because you hear me say on the video, the front end just locked up and went from me. You know? And it's like I must have just caught it because the thing is, not being funny, when you got big thick bike boots on, your sensitivity ain't there, is it? It's not as much as it's not the same. And I've learned to keep my feet further back on the right side than what I do on my left. Because your left is obviously your gear, so you're up and down with your toes. Whereas on your right foot, if I sit with my right foot in the same position as what I do with my left foot, then it's like resting on the back brake. So it's like I have to remember to move my foot away from that bloody right and brake pedal on the thing. So
they still making them like that then, Matt?
The Michigan, yeah.
Yeah, the
only one Lex Moto have done with ABS is that one what RevBomb reviewed the other day, the LSN.
That was a nice little bike.
That's the first one with ABS on it I've seen Lex Moto do. So,
what's the biggest engine Lex Moto do?
They do bigger bikes, don't they? I'm sure they do.
360, 350, something like that.
I think they do 500. Hang on.
I have no idea. I'm guessing. But,
let me have a just quick Google.
That new one they've got out now that who did the bloody review on it?
RevBomb did.
RevBomb, that's actually
that
a
LSN.
nice looking bike.
Yeah, they do a 500.
Yeah,
and they do a 650.
Okay, 650,
Yeah, they got the Vogue 650 DSX.
Oh, they're Vogue, is it? Is that the same company then?
And then but they do the Vogue in the 500 as well.
Yeah.
And then they do a Pioneer.
Actually, from what I've seen.
Yeah, they've got 3 Vogues at 500cc. They've got a Vogue.
That's a brand.
I've got to be honest with you. In the UK, if you've got a full license, would you go for a Lex Motor 500 or 600?
No, probably not.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
What are the prices at on them then? Are they mega cheap?
Hang on, I'll just close the site. Hang on, I just closed it. Hang on.
Open everything. Open everything.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Right. The Pioneer, that's $5,000. The Vogue 500 DS Euro 5, that's 5,399. So 5,400. Up to 6,399 for the 650.
So it's Enfield Honda 500 type prices, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it's all mid-range. Yeah.
That's it's not even mid-range. That's lower end introductory.
Yeah. Because it's like my Michigan now is $2,500 to buy brand new, and I only paid $1,700 for mine.
Shit, that's not bad.
No.
Because I got the Euro 4.1, is it? Because it's Euro 5 now, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you buy
Yeah.
yours new then, Matt?
Yeah, I bought it brand new.
Right.
Yeah.
I walked in and
Yeah,
gave the
that's
sales
cheap,
rep.
really.
I walked in and gave the sales rep a heart attack. Yeah, Euro 5 one's 2,500. Well, it's 2,499.99. That's on the Lexmoto website, and then obviously whatever the dealer charges for putting it on the road.
Mm.
I walked in because it was weird because it was. I've been looking at the Michigan when my brother was alive while I was in hospital having chemo.
Yeah.
We were looking at it and we were watching the YouTube videos and we watched Rev Bomb's reviews on it and that. And I actually fell in love with the bike and I thought, I'm going to get one of them. And then obviously, brother passed away, got a bit of money, but I'll go and do my CBT and I'll go and treat myself to one because I inherited all my brother's bike gear. So I didn't want it to get to waste.
Mm.
So I've been looking at they did it in orange, like an orange with chrome. And then I thought, I can't be arsed with chrome, you know. And I thought, I can't be arsed with messing around with chrome at the time. And I went and looked at the furnished red one. So I contacted the local dealer, and he was a bit of an arsehole on the phone and weren't very helpful. So I rang Lexmoto up themselves and went, look, I want to buy one today. And Lexmoto went, oh, there's a place in Derby who's got 4 of them in stock. So I went along to Derby and they got the furnished red one in there. Sorry, Simon, I know I'm rabbiting. Sat on the I already knew I was going to get the bike. Sat on the bike, just see what the riding position was like and that. And I went to the guy, right, I'll have it. And he looked at me, gone out. He hadn't said a word apart from, yeah, it's up there, go and have a seat on it. And I just called him up and went, I want it. And I went, oh, right, do you want it on finance? No, I want to pay for it now. And just walked back downstairs with him and went, there's my card, shoved it in the machine and paid for it there and then.
Yeah.
And like I say, about a week and a half later, it rolled up. They delivered it for me. So, and then I just went out in the car to J&S Accessories, bought some L plates and stuck them on it and went out on the thing. Because he insured it there and then. So, as soon as it hit my driveway, I rang the insurance up and insured it. And then just went and got the loony plates for it.
So what does it cost for you to insure it a year?
About 250 quid, fully comprehensive.
Oh, that's right. We talked about that last week, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah, it's cheap as chips to insure. So,
yeah.
And that's with Bike Shore I'm with. So, which is,
that's who I'm with, actually, Bike Shore.
Yeah. But I did drop a certain person's name and got a bit of discount. So,
right.
But that's why I went with them. So it's a good little motor. I'll tell you, I enjoyed the little thing.
Yeah, it's not bad looking bike.
Yeah, it's
the 125s these days look pretty good, don't they? I mean,
well, it's like that LSN. That looks a bloody nice bike. When they released that, because I follow Lexmoto, and when they released it, I sort of went, "Oh, that looks really nice." And then obviously Red Bomb did his review on it, and I saw all the specs on it, and I thought, actually, if I was going to get one now, I'd probably go for that one. Yeah.
So what power are they? Are they still the same power?
It's a 125, but it's right just below the limit of needing, going on to the big bike license sort of thing.
Right.
On the power output.
What was that? What would that be?
Hang on. Red Bomb did say it was something like 13 or something, didn't he say? Because I think there is a limit, isn't there, on the horsepower?
Yeah, probably is, yeah.
In the UK, so hang on. LSN. Where are we? I know you're on here. There it is. So have a look at your specs. Specifications. 13.7 HP on that.
Right.
So it's, I think the legal limit's 15 horsepower, is it, for a 125?
Yeah.
Simon might know, don't know.
I mean, it's pretty good power out of the actual size of the motor.
Yeah. Because compare
so
it to
that what will that happily do, sort of trundle along at what, 55, 60, something like that?
Yeah, I'd imagine 50 mile an hour, 60 mile an hour, sort of 70 tops.
Yeah.
To be honest, my Michigan trundles along quite merrily at 50, 60 mile an hour.
Yeah.
And that's 9.4 horsepower, my Michigan.
Yeah.
So, well,
Right,
that's
so it's
Euro
a bit more
5.
than yours then.
Yeah,
But then yours is more of a sort of cruiser anyway, I suppose.
yeah.
Isn't it?
I prefer my riding style.
Probably geared different or something.
Yeah. Well, it makes me chuckle. I'm on the Lexmoto Michigan Facebook owners group, and the amount of people what are messing around with the sprockets on it, you know. And it's like somebody went the other day, oh, put this sprocket on it. I'm not doing it again. It's got no top end and all this lot. And it's like, yeah, just leave the thing alone. Leave it as it is. Leave it how it came out of the box. That's how it's meant to be. You know.
Yeah,
You
if
want
it
a
ain't
fast-
fast enough, get
Anyway.
bigger.
Yeah, if you want a bigger bike, go on.
Simon, is your bike shaft drive or chain?
Yeah.
Shafty.
Chain or shaft?
Yeah.
Shaft. Okay, yeah, that's another difference that we've got then. Yeah.
Simon doesn't know what a chain is.
I'll tell you what.
Chain.
Yeah, it's like pulls the toilet with, you know, flushes the bog with, you know.
I chose the shaft drive because I ride all year round, and every year on every other bike I've owned, it's cost me at least 160 quid for a new
Chain.
chains and sprocket set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this way it cost me 5 quid for a 5. Yeah, it's shaft
Oil
drive.
change.
Yeah.
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 How many miles has it done, your bike, Simon?
It's done 59,000 as of this week.
And the shaft
Is that,
drives perfectly
miles or kilometers?
Miles.
Miles. That's getting close to mine. I've done 78,000 kilometers on mine.
Yeah, but I've only owned my bike for 3 years, so.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah.
I suppose, yeah, like Simon says, I think shaft drive is a lot better than chain drive because of maintenance wise.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
you ain't got to piss around, you know, doing the chain tension or cleaning the chain and lubing the chain and yeah.
Once
all
a
that
year,
hassle.
I change 500 mil of oil. So.
Yeah, I was going
Chain
to say.
got more performance than shaft at the end of the day. Although it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chain is more performance.
So you lose a bit of power
Yeah.
in shaft drive. Yeah.
Yeah, but I bet that's like
I don't suppose it's a
near
lot.
enough. Yeah, on something like a 1400, that's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't
Bugger all.
notice the difference.
No. No.
Bugger all, that is, isn't it?
Hmm.
You know, compared to sort of like on a 125, then yeah. Well,
Yeah, you
well,
need about 3 horsepower to drive the shaft.
yeah, you would on a 125, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm happy with my little thing at the moment, so.
That's
Anyway.
it. I mean, it's all about learning the trade, isn't it, really? Rather than, you know, what tools you've got.
I'm not.
That's it, really.
I'm not a speed demon. I've done that when I was younger with my cars. You know, I've been there, done that. You know,
You don't need to be a speed demon.
No, it's not really about that, is it?
It's all about.
Yeah. I'm quite happily going along on my little 125 down the same roads as you guys are. I'm going around the same bends at probably the same speeds. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But if you had that picture that Roland's got up there now, one of them,
I'll be too busy still at the side of the road drooling at it.
exactly.
I won't be riding it.
Now you see, you could get one of them now.
Yeah.
And park it up as an ornament to look at.
Yeah.
Also a goal to aim at.
Yeah. I'll be too busy drooling at the bloody thing. My missus
Anyway.
keep me away from it. So. Yes, Simon, sorry.
Are you about to collapse?
I'm about to collapse, so I'm going to
Yeah.
have to call it a night. So,
No problem, Simon. Thank you for letting us on again, mate.
I'll tell you what, Rowley, Crumbly, MT, me. No, I'd like to say thank you for joining my bollocks that I usually run.
No, I love your champ. Your
Simon, I love you.
Well, it was, but I wasn't going to say anything. But that's all right.
It's great catching up with Roland and Crumbly as well.
Yeah.
No, it's good to catch you guys.
I always enjoy chatting to Roland and Crumbly.
I'll tell you what, Rowley, every day I see you, I say I want to be that man. So,
well, hey, Rolly, what have you got then? He wants.
It's secured in my pants.
we'll leave that there. So.
No, it's good to catch you guys. I'll be off. Have a good, safe week, everybody. Keep warm.
Yeah. And you, Roland.
Cool. Keep warm or cool, whichever the side of the globe you're on.
Yeah.
Fucking all. So.
And yeah, take care, guys. And I'll with a bit of luck, I'll catch you next week.
Yeah. Cheers, Roland. Cheers, everybody.
Thank you, Roland. Cheers, NT, and cheers, Crumbly.
No problem.
Thank you for joining us. We've been online for about 4 hours and
been long.
4 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well,
Wow.
yeah. Simon looks like he's going to nod off.
No, he's not going to nod off.
I'm waiting to see
I
him
want
slide
to
down the
say
chair.
something about Red Bomb, because I mean he runs his stream because it's his business.
Yeah.
And I said this right at the start of my stream. I run this because it's something I want to do.
Mm.
And
Different vibe.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry Red Bomb doesn't get the views I do. But at the same time, I do what I do because I do it. So
Yeah. You enjoy it.
It's me, I'm honest. And if you come on my live stream, you talk shit, I'm going to tell you so. And if you come on stream and you talk fucking honest, I'm going to back you up. So that's what I am. And I can't articulate. So
no, it's all right. We understand.
Yeah.
To me, your live streams is like going down to the pub on a Friday night with all your mates and talking bollocks.
That's exactly what I want to predict. That's exactly what I want.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Relaxed.
Yeah. Chilled out, relax. You with your mates, you're talking bollocks, putting the world to rights, having a few beers and laughing a joke.
That's it in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah. And at the end of the day, if you don't get along, you don't get along. If you fucking agree, you agree. So
you agree to disagree. That's it. And respect each other's reviews, which is how the world should be.
Yeah.
You know.
It should be. And
everybody views everything different, and everybody's got their own opinions and stuff. And it's a case of you just respect everybody for it. Yeah.
Well, not everybody's going to think the same, are they? Really, it'd be pretty boring if they did. So
yeah. Well, it would be. We'd all be bloody clones if it was. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you guys for joining us.
No problem, Simon. Take it easy.
It means a lot. It means a lot. I mean,
you're welcome.
Yeah.
Sorry, Roland. So I just seen Roland's comment. This is foot cross. I may as well stayed on. But no, we know what we mean, Simon.
Oh dear.
I do always.
I'm going to run an outro, and we are gone. So
yeah, cheers, mate. Cheers.
Hello, guys.
Take care, guys.
See you
Cheers.
later.
Good night.
Bye.